Dun dun dun! Howdy, howdy, you all. It's time for Girls Frontline 2. I have not touched the event, so I need to do that. I need to also cram in like Star Rail, maybe tomorrow or the next day. Something like that. Like I said, this week's gonna be short. I think next week is also gonna be short on my streaming time. So I have to like, what was it? Use my time wisely instead of like stream every day. So, but anyway, let me get into the game. So yeah. Oop. We logged in here. I should have set this up so it automatically captures it.
Girls Frontline 2 エクシリウム
I don't like myself sometimes. I have like the slight fear of me accidentally clicking the stop streaming button. Howdy, Anthem. How are you on this fine dandy Sunday? I keep forgetting I could just click on it because it doesn't like automatically shove me into an event. So yeah, I'm not going to roll for her, I'm pretty sure, so. I don't know how this long it's gonna take, but yeah. But yeah. My Sunday has been nice. Or as it could be. Like indecisive of what I want to do. With a deafening shriek of the doors to the intercontinental train car slowly grinded open, a green tinted figure rides the flow of the crowd into the cabin and quickly strides over to her cramped window seat. The more and more I look at her design of just this part, is interesting choice. Everything else about her design is nice. So, I'm on the train. I'll be back once the request is completed. Dylan will be managing the squad's affair while I am away. I would also urge everyone to rationally consider my proposal. After sending that message to the squad chat group, Zhaohui puts down her comm terminal and turns her gaze outside the train window. Somewhere in the place where she cannot see, a giant MBV is camped in the wilderness over 10 kilometers away from the supply station. Just in the middle, shutters close over the armored glass windows of the cabin, obscuring everything from view. There's nothing to look at. Zhaohui shifts her gaze to looking inside the cabin. More and more people fill into the cabin, filling up the seats around her. Soon there's a loud whistling as fully loaded train lunges into motion, gradually picking up speed as it pulls out of the tiny supply station. And also away from the LMO. 1 week ago, aboard the LMO, the LMO has set off once again after the mission to render emergency assistance to the 404. We currently head towards the LV to keep with our promise with Techline. Even since I've got caught in the cozy communication the masterminds hidden within the shadows have gradually came to the fore. I said that right. As a result, the agreement that has bound me for 10 years has begun to lapse, and the number of those who just happened to return to Elma has grown as well. While meeting old friends again, it's always a joyous occasion. It lends to some awkward moments at times. For instance, I heard of upshares in a place like this. That does seem to be the case. What should I do about them, Commander? 3 minutes ago, I was chatting island with the others when I got a report from my own that Elmo and Kara heard of upshares while cruising around the landscape. I reluctantly began issuing orders to all around me to get into action quickly and minimize damage to the MBV's undercarriage. Centurias, Marcario guards the forward engine. Soon squad will cover the rear. Dylan, Jingwei, and Zhaohui flank from behind and pick up any armchairs that approach. Zhaohui. Butchering this. Understood. And time for me to show my stuff. I think I like her the most out of the 3 of them. Maybe the design or clearly the pigtails. As I finished giving orders, dolls replied in a affirmative, one after another. The sole exception is a doll in green before me who's stroking her knife as she quirks up an eyebrow. Am I a part of this operation too? I smile sheepishly as I look at her. Well, am I? After realizing what I have done, I looked at Zhaohui and the very smile fades from her face. During the years I've left Griffin, Island, Zhaohui, and T775, who haven't arrived in time to meet me, found each other in the confrontation zone, started traveling together, and eventually formed a bad band come technical squad, Moon Sung squad. And then when Thailand and Japan came to my aid, Zhaohui, the leader of the Moon, had accompanied them without any complaint. Strictly speaking, however, she and her squad is not held there, and as such I have no authority over her or any right to give her orders. I'm sorry, I started barking orders without realizing I didn't seek your opinion on the matter. Still, this is something of urgency, so would you mind if I borrowed 2 of your teammates for the time being? Actually, if you were willing to help out too. I don't mind at all, it's just as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That said, Muxika has not conducted any joint operation with any other tactical units in the past, so we're not really used to it. What do you mean that you're not used to it? Just say that Elmo for a few days and you'll be right at home. Your car. Jungsun walks over with a cheerful smile on her face and pats Zhaohui on the shoulder. The commander is super trustworthy, you know. When it comes to fighting, just leave everything to her. Right, let's go then. Then nods and says no more. She follows Zhang-Ho and the others as they jog down the corridor. As I watch her eye catching green till it shrinks into the distance, I shake my head. Sigh. Gorzel hears me and approaches tactical tablet in hand. Commander, should we hold a welcome party for the Moon's Squad? I just checked and we have some decorations left over in the storage room. No, let's leave the welcome party for later. We still don't know what Moon's thinks all about this, and C775 isn't with them either. It would be very awkward if they end up declining our offer. In that case, what if we have Moonstone Squad put on a guerrilla performance? They just finished a emergency reinforcement mission, so having them put on a show should be a way for them to relax. We should use this as an opportunity to have a good chat with the rest of the Moonstones too. That does sound like it's worth a try. Can you help me make the arrangements for Zha? Just leave it to me. Oh yes, Commander, there's one more thing. She hands me her tablet. The screen shows a new email from BRIEF. Investigate the unusual Barjagar activity. Brief sure knows how to style me with more work. Can we just not take this one? We barely just scraped together these few days of free time. But Commander, the pay for this commission is the biggest we've recently gotten, and besides the brief hands out commissions based on contractor's previous performance. Let me guess, we're in the red again. Most persistent, Commander. We spent a lot of our operation on to assess 404, and now we have more people on the Elmo. We may not have to throw ourselves on Miss Caroline's mercy when we arrive in LV. At this rate, I'll be at the mercy if we actually make it to the LV in the first place. Take care of the commissions too. We'll head out once the main squad does their show. Understood. 2 days ago on the Elmo. I don't think it's that. I'm just gonna keep saying it's the Elmo. Howdy, South Pacific. How are you? The lounge is packed with people, even though it's close to midnight. Winston Squad's first gorilla alive has ended in a resounding success. Marvelous, your dancing was magical, Jing. Wow. I'm probably gonna keep saying something different every single time. I thought Mr. Ryan's hug music was moving too. I prefer Miss Jung's Sugsnug compliment. The soul near the end was quite stirring. On hearing people praise him, Jung puffs up her chest with a smug look on her face. How's that, Commander? I did well, didn't I? Yes, you did. My hands are actually sore from clapping. Too bad we didn't do it. Let me do something real quick. But yeah. Oh yeah, it's the new event. I haven't touched it. I probably should. So, I'm catching on that, and then I guess Cram Star Rail tomorrow is like my next course of action. So, I don't know. Cramming things is like my specialty, I guess. For better or for worse, and then I don't know what I'm going to do Tuesday. Because I don't have Friday or Saturday, so I have to make do with what I have, and I'm liking doing Darkest Dungeon and then Laboratory Corporation, so. But yeah, the Star Rail event's going to be for 3 patches, so I'm kind of safe on that, which I'm just going to like throw. I might roll for Cypher, I think is her name, and then just dump all my stuff into trying to get Saber as much as I can. I want to think that they're going to like do Lancer in one of the patches, and you'd be able to roll for him. But yeah. So yeah. And then the 3Z's game I need to touch on. But I think those events aren't like something worth streaming. So yeah. But that we can do the complete show because Faye isn't here. If all the Moonstones were here and we had Faye to play the drums for us, we certainly could bring down the house. Isn't that right, Big Sis? See, seeing it so long, and I sort of like the cat character a tiny bit. Like, I like her personality. Her outfit's like really nice, but her personality. Like, I'm a big person about personality and then character design are like my two major things I like about characters, and gacha games like does that fix for me, I guess. Like, I guess I never really liked the male characters, but now I'm turning a new leaf, I guess is to say. So, it's more of the idea of, I think I like particular male characters in a way. Hi, howdy, Sion. How are you? So yeah. Like, I like adventuring a lot, so. And he's gonna be the favorite, which I'm hyped for. Jongsong, nearly grabs Dion with one hand and Zhaohui with the other, placing her between them. But yeah. I do hope they would be here for the return soon. My dearest sister has been rather listless while holding down the drums. Or restless. Listless? Shouldn't be restless? I don't know. While holding down the drums without Faye around to be her sparring partner. Howdy, Crow. How are you? Every member of Moonson is truly indispensable. It's part of the plan. Makes it worse is, I purposely make the ads as low as possible. So, like, considerable. I don't know if I should just, like, change it to, like, 1 hour. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Well, to be fair, I always wait for my height anyway, so. But yeah. Ah, jeez. I need to check how much I weigh. I'm pretty sure I'm overweight, but only by like maybe 20 or 40. I don't know. I have to double check. I think it's like 20-ish, but the 20-ish range is expected because sometimes I am in the right weight range, but I don't think I am because I need more muscle, if that makes sense. So. And smiles and pushes things since she's in contrast. Zhaohui puts the Sungum, I had no clue how to say that, away and silently takes a step away from the group. So yeah, I don't really take medications, so maybe that plays a part, I don't know. My diet is kind of weird though too on top of that. I need to like balance it out somehow. That would depend on the circumstance. At times removing an unnecessary cord improves the piece as a whole. What is that supposed to mean? Since when did Big Sis put unnecessary stuff into her work? There aren't any Moonstone compositions, but the same does as not necessarily apply to others. Same does not necessarily apply to others. Kind of shoots me a painful little look. But yeah, I like what is it? Exercise bag that's just this is slowly becoming a coat rack. So I think I need to get away from that. Ah, nice. I have like one. I need to do that. Like, it's like getting the motivation. It's not really the motivation, it's getting into the habit of doing it. Like, I think I can get to... I do a lot of things without being motivated because I know I have to do them, so... Ah, jeez, I can get that. Like, me moving was like... a pain. I didn't get really any help except moving the big furniture, and I just moved all the boxes between one apartment to the other. And that was a daunting task, to say the least. Like my feet were sore. Ah, jeez, that's a lot. Yeah, that is a lot. Did I read that? Oh, what do you mean by others? You're just looking for a reason to slack on your base to see what she's doing. The Jing Song pouts and annoys, but Jung Hong pays her no further heed, merely nodding to me in acknowledgement before leaving the group entirely. She finds a quiet corner and begins looking at her communication terminal. Ah, jeez. That is a springboard, if I say the least. Don't just warming left and full left, yet the green figure seems violent in the aura that differs from her. Occasionally, curious does try to approach her, but in the end, they drive on by Ding Ho's cold intensity. Should I take this opportunity to speak with Ding Ho? After making a moment, I began to walking towards her. However, right as I did so, Ding Ho suddenly puts her terminal away and then approaches me instead. Commander, are you free? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, of course. In fact, I was just about to speak to you. Yeah, I don't think I have lost a lot of weight or gained a lot of weight in like a short period. I think I just gradually gained slowly more weight over time. Something like normal, I guess, is the best way to say it. So, Zhaohui raises an eyebrow in surprise. I'll get right to it then. Commander, I would like you to leave the Elmo for a while. Why? Pardon? Yeah. Why? Please don't get me wrong. This is purely a personal matter. A friend of mine needs help with a commission, and I think it's a good chance to consider the future for you, me, and the Moon Squad. Oh. Saying her words take me completely by surprise. Still, she has a point. This is a good chance for me to take some time and consider a future with Moon. Is that really Mon Squad? Like, the bear word? By all means, I have no objections to that. Thank you, Commander. That's all I have to say. You said you wanted to speak to me? All the words I had in mind seemed to lose all meaning in the face of Zhang's calm expression. Well, perhaps now is not the right time. There's nothing, we can talk about it when you get back. Since you're heading out, you should talk to your teammates about it. After giving up the idea of an in-depth conversation with Zhaohui, I nod to her and then leave the lounge. It makes me want to, I wish I got bigger. Anna watches the commander leave, and then she turns her gaze to Zhaohui and Dong, who are in the elevator. A throng of dolls. Should she interrupt them by lively gathered now? Zhaohui wonders. Ah, yeah. I got I cut myself off for soda, but this hard Mountain Dew has me. So, but yeah, you shouldn't drink things that have you shouldn't drink things that are made of calories. Probably the best way to say it. Our Dan seems to sense no one looking at her, and she seems that he's eager to approach the latter. And what were you talking about with the commander just now? She was just saying hello. Was she? You seem rather subdued tonight for some reason. Yeah, the Baja beckons me. A drink quenches my thirst, right? Are you still not used to this place? I apologize for not being considerate. It was my fault for asking you to come all this way. Come all the way out here with us. There's a worried look on Nahum's face as she already knows what's weighing on Zhang's heart. However, Nahum dismisses it with a slight shake of her head. Yeah, that can happen. Like I said, I'm not on medication or anything, so I'm safe. So I only drink it during the night, so yeah. Something nice. Thing that I only care for like mixed drinks most of the time, and this is basically a mixed drink I would drink normally. So you don't have to apologize for your team. It's only natural that we should travel together. Trusting in you was also a collective decision, and Fang would have came to if she were able. Dun. Thank you. Well, to be fair, you can always find, like, I guess people online that are looking for, like a lot of things. Fishing, activities. Like, I was looking through Reddit, and there's a Reddit group just looking for friends to play games with, so yeah. Which is pretty interesting. Or you can just join my Discord call and talk to people there. But I don't think that's very useful for exercising. But yeah. Thank you. With that being said, would you like to meet some of my past friends? Miss Corzel mentioned that she hoped tonight would help you get acquainted with everyone, but appears to have inconvenienced you instead. Then she shakes her head once again. There's no need for that. We still have a lot of time. We don't have to rush things. After the roundabout refusal, the two of them briefly fall silent. Down once again glances towards the center of the lounge where Diana is happily discussing the finer points of her performance with several of the almost dolls in place that was cleared out for the show. So yeah. She contemplates her words for a moment, and then she speaks again. What do you plan to do after this? Will you stay on the Alamo? What do you plan to... What we plan to? You're saying? You're not going to stay with us? I'm simply unsure as to whether remain here is the right choice. And since that squad ought to be like the wind, shouldn't we not? Consistently on the move, consistently slowing down on new travels. At very least, that was what I believed when I first agreed to become the leader. Zhang-hun. Hey, big sis Zhang-hun, what's going on? You both look so serious. Let me in on it too. On seeing Dylan and Zhang-hun whispered to each other, Zhang Zhong immediately excused herself and scampered, inserting herself between the two of them. We're discussing Mung Sung's future. Dylan doesn't give up, or doesn't give Dylan the chance to soften the blow. If we remain on Elmo, then will Moonsun still be Moonsun? I want to know what you and Faye would think about all this. Of course, Moonsun is the same anywhere we go, right? No, wait, what are you talking about all this the same? Why are you bringing Faye into this? Why are you getting at something? My two antisocial 4-hour workout partners? Zone out. I don't know. You can find somebody that just wants to, like, show up and say, okay, we're exercising, and don't say anything the whole entire time. And then when you're done, you just say, we're done, we're going home, right? That's it. That would be like the perfect partner for you, right? I think that's just how it is if you... I think that's just how it is if you, Crow, when you, I don't know. Maybe the people you drive away have, like, something that you don't like about you and they just find out. And the other people are fine with it. So, usually how it is. So yeah. After her outburst, Jane glanced over to Ian's front and face and understanding gradually dawns on her. Oh wait, are you saying that you want to break up Moonsun? Diana's son's exclamation draws a few curious looks from nearby dolls. Diana grabs them by the shoulders and starts shaking her, not daring to believe her ears. Diana remains silent, neither nodding or shaking her head. But why? We're a team, aren't we? Even if you're the leader, you can't decide to break us up just like that. Yeah, even if you're not used to the Elmo. Oh, yeah, like King of the Hill just nodding, yeah. Just outside in the normal thing of them just there, being present. Type of thing. I heard that there's a new King of the Hill series out. And they're older. I don't think I'm gonna watch it because I didn't really watch the first one really. Though I remember I got like drunk and laughed really hard at King of the Hill, which I normally don't do. So I don't know. I was like drinking whiskey, so. Oh yeah, I get that. Unfortunately for me, I have like maybe a few now. Maybe two, maybe one. Yeah, I didn't really have a lot of friends where I used to live, and then I moved all the way over here to Georgia, which I had zero, and not really a good chance to make any friends, so yeah, I gotta change that. Calm down and listen to me, I didn't say I was going to break up Moonsun. Really watching it? I don't know if I want to rewatch it. I didn't really watch it in the first place, so. I think I watched Bad Family Guy and then Bad American Dad and then The Simpsons, and that was about it. I like the funny cartoon, adult cartoons and quotation marks. So yeah. Then calmly raises her terminal and shows that between the two of them. Ah, that's interesting to know, Crow. I think hell was Mr. Anderson and Reeves in my head. That just reminds me of the Matrix, though, the Mr. Anderson, so. I might be the Skylar, but I've never once felt that Moonsun's fate is mine to decide. I know that the Elmo and the Commander have places near her, just as I know that Moonsun has a place in ours. Therefore, what I have put forward was merely a suggestion, one that requires Payer's involvement as well. Let me see. And it says the turn finds the message in the squad group chat. I'd like you to decide the future of Moonsun's rest before I finish my commission. Wait, what commission? Did Moonsun get a new commission? No, not Moonsun. Just me. I received a personal request from my old friend just now. Do you remember Amdia? That name sounds familiar. Oh, isn't she that broker friend of yours who saved you and helped fix up your frame? Indeed, she asked me to help by a friend of hers. I checked the location of the commission and it's located in the nearby city. It's just a few hours away by train. So you get to run off by yourself to hand a commission while you're leaving us here to what? Decide whether you're staying or going. Danzan, do you need to think about this? Damn. Of course you do. Moonsun has never encountered a situation like this before, and I believe that we all need to make time to think about it. In any case, I've already spoken to Commander about leaving Elmo for the time being. I see, so the exchange just now. Did the Commander agree to it? Simon nods. Alright, I understand. excess, and tugs, and halfway on Dylan's sleep, but they're nearly nods. It seemed that she already accepting Hun's suggestion. Oh yeah. The movie. That reminds you of who? Let me look that up. I'm curious now. Maybe. I'm not sure. So they have to like, unless it's like a different outfit. I would just have to say maybe. They're like really white though, so. In any case, how much time do we have to decide? Diana turns to look at Diana. Her expression seems much more composed in contrast to Diana's worried look and Diana's scowled face. Not too long, the commission will be 2 weeks long. I hope that when we meet again, we'll be able to make a decision that none of us will regret. Oh yeah, I'm thinking it's just a cause. Where are these? There's not 9. Tap, tap, tap. Griff sounds of footsteps echo down the alley. Simon follows the address displayed on her terminal and turns the corner into another rundown alley. The already poor lighting is obscured further by trail crumbling walls around her, making the cramped alley appear even more oppressive. Yeah, I was gonna do that, but after me losing a victory there, I think I'm gonna like stop on the free-to-play hype of doing them all. I don't know. Should I keep going for it? Like, I miss Victor, so yeah. If I had unlimited money, I would try to get every single one, right? So, I need to try to get Victor again, but I think the next one's gonna be Springfield, and I'll be, like, sad if I don't get Springfield, so I think that's what's slowly becoming the issue. I was so sad that I didn't get Victor, but like, yeah. Diana follows the address displayed on her terminal and turns a corner into yet to run down the Auri portal. I already spent that down. Ardia and the Teletrope rally are located here. Diana comes to a halt as her her surroundings assess before checking the terminal again. Power the terminal in case the blinking icon of destination is close by. So yeah. Looks like they are here. It looks like they are. So the commission of Indra is really 2 days ago in Elmo. The terminal has been vibrating throughout the show. Upon noticing the name blinking on the screen, Zhaohui quickly excuses herself and leaves. After finding a quiet corner, Zhaohui takes a call. What's the matter, Andrea? Zhaohui, are you free? Can you help buy a car, a friend of mine? Her Teletrope is going on tour in the yellow zone for a couple weeks, but she's been really unlucky lately and keeps getting harassed by weirdos, so I'm a little worried. I wanted to hire a PMC squad to protect her, but she said the troop couldn't afford to hire security, and they were worried that the security people would interfere with the performance because they didn't know about showbiz. Plus, she said she didn't want me to pay, and basically just shot down all my suggestions. So I thought So I thought about who I knew could fight and understood the fairy stuff, and ended up only you came to mind. But if she won't accept bygones, then how am I supposed to protect you? And I got brilliant. Just say you're a friend of mine and you just wanted to join her trip as an assistant to gain some performance experience. She's a nice person, and I'm sure she'll say yes if she hears that you're a friend that needs help. I didn't say I was free to ask. I didn't say I was free to take the commission. But you answered me. That means you're definitely open to it. Her name is Andrea, and this is where she and her trip are staying for the time being. Not very spare, yeah. So you can fix them? That is a tall order, Tran. And if that's your desire, I'm not holding you against you. Please help me out. I'll pay you for this. You don't have to do it. I'll be doing you a favor. After ensuring that the address occurred, Zhaohui heads into the depths of the twisted alley. Just then a scream comes from within. Ah! The panic shrieking seems especially loud in the dark confines of the alley. Someone breaks into his friend as she runs towards the source of sound, but then she sees a dark shape suddenly burst out of a shadow and darts past her. Help! He took my bag. Stop him. Before the voice finishes speaking, Zhaohui has already turned around and is hot on the heels of the robber. The robber clearly doesn't expect her to catch up as soon and pulls out a knife and swings at her wildly. And inevitably evades the slashing and then kicks it away before grabbing the robber's arm with light speed with a quick reversal of her grip to take him off his feet and slams him to the ground and pins him there. Ow, that hurts. Then Ho ignores the robber's cries of pain and unwinds the cloth from her arm, using it as a hog tie. Using it to hog tie the man. After that, she picks up the bag the robber was holding and heads back into the depths of the alley. There's a boy there who's struggling to get to his feet. His hat lies before him on a dusty alley ground. Someone walks up to him and then picks the hat before stuffing it and the bag into the boy's hand. Here's your things. Oh, yes. His look is just, yeah. Howdy, I forgot how I say your name. It was the opposite of what your name was, right? Wendell? I just don't remember his backwards. I just don't remember how to say it. Maid. Yeah. I'll go with something. But yeah, how are you on this fine dandy Sunday? But yeah, he does not look confused, rich, or anything, so. Clearly the main... I don't know if he's gonna be like the major character. The boy is still clearly shocked as he inevitably accepts his belongings from her. Zhaohui gently pats his shoulder like she's trying to console him. It's okay, just catch your breath. I'll contact the police, they'll send somebody over to take care of this then. Thank you. After hugging his bed and patting, panting heavily for a bit, the boy finally manages to come down. He stands up, dusts him off, and puts his hat back on his head before bowing slightly to Zhaohui. Thank you very much for your help just now. In contrast to his tacky clothes, the boy's voice is clear and compelling. Don't worry about it, it was nothing. Why did you come here by yourself? Do you live here? I guess sort of. The truth is I came here to collect inspiration. And from an acting troupe, we have a way which we're going to perform while doing a charity tour in the Yellow Zone, but my gut told me that there was room for improvement, so I asked everyone in the trip to come here to take in the surroundings so we could understand the audience better. Yeah, that did not go well. See, I look just like a Yellow Zoner, right? You look like the Yellow Zoner I've seen before. See, everyone in the trip was saying that this outfit was perfect for the female lead to wear while traveling into the Yellow Zone. The female lead. Then I'm seeing the boy again. Yep, our play is about two girls becoming friends and adventuring in various parts of the world. No, what I mean to ask is, you're a girl. The boy blinks and then reaches up to his hat. She removes it and a shocking shock of soft, combed hair springs out as she laughs. Yep, 100% girl right here. It looks like my immersive style of cultural inspiration was a great success. Immersive style? Yeah, that I felt might look ragged and all, but actually our stage costume, I'm wearing it so I can get into the character more easily. Still, I don't expect to get robbed even though I look so desolate. Just my luck, I guess. Even though when you're thinking about it, it's quite common for people in this area to get robbed too. Maybe I should just try and work this part into the script as well. The girl pulls out her terminal and quickly notes it down. The girl panics for just not seeing to fade as she glances more and more into her immersive cultural inspiration. It is only when she finally finishes making her notes that she realizes that there's someone beside her waiting patiently. Oh, I'm so sorry. I ended up getting carried away and babbling nonsense. You should have been bored, right? I mean, thank you very much for what you did just now. I'm an actress from the Taiwan group. May I know who you are? Hello, I'm Zhaohui. Holds out a hand, a faint, slightly ragged curve tugged at the corner of her lips. Do you know, perhaps, Miss Antoine of the trope? Eh? And that's what happened, manager. What do you think of Ming's errand? Can she join us? She seems highly recommended by the broker friend of mine. As returning to the trip's temporary accord, the girl explains Zhaohui's circumstances to the trip manager. The manager gives Zhaohui's CPA once look over and is very pleased by it. Generic face! The manager is just the most generic looking one. I didn't expect you to be a doll of both stage and combat experience, Miss Zhaohui. Is that broker friend of yours who's vouching for her is one who burst into the while watching our previous version show? If I'm not wrong, her name sounds like, yes, her name is, and, she might be small, but she's a bigger in the underground broker business. Yes, I remember her. The contamination zones really do breed talented people. Fanboy would. Oh my, oh my. The manager looked at his own home. To be honest, we're really hurting for manpower for this tour. Anyone who's plenty of experience who can handle many roles is more than welcome to join us, dolls or otherwise. However, this is a charity tour in the contamination zone. We won't be making much in ways of fees in the trip, which is, well, your salary might be. The manager smiles brilliantly. It's alright, I'm here to get experience. Being paid for it is secondary. I'm glad that it doesn't bother you. So is that a yes, manager? Of course. Frankly speaking, I need to thank you for joining us on short notice. The trope manager looks at Son and holds out a warming hand. Glad to have you with me, Son. The Talia trope welcomes you. Besides the man, laughs and pats him on the shoulder. Yep, we'd travel value for now going forward. I keep laughing and I was trying to hold my laugh. Ah, gold. I actually have been thinking of playing the game, actually, the gold Asphorn. Voices of the Void. Another VTuber friend, named Zhaohui has mentioned it to me. And then I was looking at some stuff. It's like, maybe I should stream it. So I've been thinking of, after streaming that auto battling game that I just bought recently, I was going to stream that afterwards, actually. So it's been on my mind for a tiny bit. Yeah. It's like a SPCP-ish from what I heard, so I like those type of games. But yeah, it might be up my alley. I think you can download it off their website too, right? Like a standalone. So yeah. Another thing, I have a feeling, is she going to die or get injured during this event? That's all I'm thinking. Tragic scenes going to befall her. So. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was thinking, it's like, an interesting game and concept. Isn't it like a 50-hour game too on top of that, I think? It sort of makes me want to, like, make games again. So. Click out Bella. So yeah. She didn't kill them all by herself, but... Trying to think of other games. Like, there was that Yuri robot game, I forget the name of it. And then, Made in the Best were like other titles I was thinking about playing. So. I was like, maybe like trying to mix up my, vote game system, I guess. Or something like that. The Taylor trope convoy pulls slowly into the zone and comes to a halt amidst loud cheering. The vehicle door opens and the trope dismounts, depositing large crates on a patch of open ground, and the girl at their head gives everyone present a breezy greeting. The wrinkles between Zhaohui's eyebrows softens as as she takes in the restorious crowd outside. She drags a couple heavy crates from the cargo bed and follows after the girl. Where are we going to put these crates? Just put them beside the advertising billboards for now. Is that unamused look? And the fact that she blinked the moment I was just hovering my mouse over her. As these crates are kind of heavy, aren't they? You should let the prop department move them. Alright, it's no trouble for me. As you say so, Zhaohui it's the crates into a large circular clearing that's rigged by a fence of wood posts and old rope. She lays the crates in the center of the place reserved for the stage and then bends down to straighten a bunch of simple-looking billboards. Said billboards were made just for the show. Their ended servers were covered in huge eye-catching letters. The Daybreak's Oath plays now on tour. As she sees what Zhaohui is doing, the girl laughs and is over to help. You really are too nice. While we took you on as a assistant, you end up doubling as an escort and took out all those LEDs too. That must be been hard. You didn't need to take on all those other tasks as well. Not at all. I'm helping myself by doing that too. There aren't many troops out there who welcome dull assistance, and I'd like to be more show experienced myself. Don't say that. You know the state of our troop, and we're lucky enough to have people wanting to help out. We don't have the right to be picky. Speaking of which, are you saying you're building up friend because of the band of yours? I remember Amir said something about a moon sun or something. That's what a nice name. We're going wherever you please, like the wind. You must have been to a lot of places in the past, right? Zhaohui's hands freezes mid-movement, but only for a moment. Yeah, we've been to many satellite cities. So you've been traveling and performing with your friends. I'm so envious. And it smiles and then sighs quietly. For some reason, there's a hint of sadness in her expression. Miss Andrea? Is there something wrong? Miss Andrea, are you traveling with a trope too? Yeah, but everyone here is a friend of mine. But there are times when I wish I could have closer friends around. It's an interesting perception on things. Well, let's leave that aside for now. I suddenly remembered that it's going to be a while before rehearsal, so could you do me a favor, Mrs. Zhaohui? What do you need? Andrea pulls a copy of her script and her comm terminal from her bag. Well, I heard one of the residents says there was an abandoned town around here, not far from our camp. Could you accompany me there? I'd like to take the opportunity to gather more inspiration about the Yellow Zone. I'm sure the manager and the others will feel better with you around, right, manager? And your ways to the manager who's fairly close by. After seeing her sunny smile, the manager has no choice but to wave back. Go ahead, but don't take too long and stay safe. I'll be fine with Miss Zhaohui around, don't worry. And let's head out, Miss Zhaohui. Our jeep is this way, follow me. Take them all out. I don't know why I ever... Check something real quick. Maybe the sound disappears when I off click. Screech. In keeping with Andrea's request, Zhaohui brings the jeep to a halt on the street of the abandoned town. At the moment it stops from her, directly bursts out the door and runs over to stand in front of the cluster of rent buildings. Now these look pretty intact. Both the walls on the side collapse and the pipes are all rusted through. So they make a really good reference along with the abandoned cabling here. Should I get footage of these cracks in the walls too? And it holds her terminal up and begins recording her surroundings as she walks forward. What a shame, this town is completely ruined. I wonder why. Yeah, these collapsed radiation Gerarders, take your pick. And keeps that watchful eyes around as she walks behind Andrea. Though I can see the old signs of fire fights, perhaps there is fought Gerarders here. I see those Gerarders are everywhere. And they look like you need to know how to defend yourself when traveling the Yellow Zone. Andrea's mood turns more all of a sudden. However, she soon perks up and begins rattling off questions while filming her surroundings. Miss Zhaohui, since you're traveling with your friends all this time, you must have passed through the Yellow Zone quite often, right? Are your friends as awesome as you are? Yes, they're skilled at both fighting and performing. Well, that's amazing. Then, are you on a tour recently? Why didn't they come with you? They did. Or they... It's only the question about why she parted ways with her friends catching Zhaohui off guard, and she lapsed into the silence. After thinking about her answer for Zhaohui, about to speak when she heard suspicious sounds, footsteps on a paved road and the sounds of unfamiliar male voices speaking. Didn't you say you saw a woman leave the trope with her friends? Where the hell is she? Search harder, their jeep is by the side of the road. They can't have gone far. Before anyone can react, one grabs her hand and dashes behind a nearby wall with her. And looks at everyone and then shakes her head and speaks in a quiet voice. Just, we're being followed. What? I don't know who they are, but it seems like they're gunning for you. There's 2 of them. Wait, me? Andrea's body began to tumble. Sensing Andrea's fear, then gradually, gently but firmly presses down on her shoulder. Have you ever seen the upside down tortoise, their legs flowing around in the air as they're about to get upright? What? Stay here, don't move, I'll show you now. Right as she finishes speaking, Zhaohui springs out with fire. The green flash of bullets in her blades streaks through the air as the 2 men peering into the road they are instantly thrown into this ray and tumble back with their ruined wall completely off balance. The fuck are you running for? Sure, she's just one girl. She's too fast, I can't even go. The green colored flash emerged his reply with a kick and then his attempt to strike back his cough with an emerald knife hand strike. The leading man goes down in an attempt to fill the gap. Green to the knife slices through the air in front of the other man, cutting off his escape, clearing him in an instant. In less time than it takes to draw breath, the knife's edge is pressed against the man's throat and Zhaohui speaks coldly. Freeze. Using rope from the jeep, Zhaohui tussles them up like jerky and leaves them tied upside down by the roadside. She dusts off her hands before lightly clapping a hand on Andrea's shoulder. See, upside down tortoises won't be winning any races with bunnies, that's for sure. The bowmen are struggling and appear to be trying to speak, but their gags prevent them from doing so. All they can manage are muffled vocalizations. As Andrea watches them squirm in their bonds, the tension finally leaks from her and she laughs. I feel much better now, thank you, Zhaohui. You're welcome. Still, who are these people? Why would they go after you? I don't know. He'd probably be somebody famous. Andrea bites her lip and shakes her head. Upon seeing that Andrea is completely closed, Zhaohui walks up and pulls the gag from one of them. Why are you following Andrea? Who sent you? Our employer told us to follow the lead actress of the trope. We're doing this because we're paid. We don't know anything. Who hired you? Is that honest Ricardo made through the underground market? Who the hell do we know? Why don't you ask the chick who has a grudge against her? The man answers in a direct and points to Zana. Zana turns to look at Andrea. Andrea? A grudge against me? And clenches her fist and thinks of for a bit, and then she shakes her head. I'm so sorry, Zana. I can't think of anyone anymore. Could they be going after the trope? I mean, I'm the lead actress. Well, silent for a moment, then turns back to the bowman knife face. Howard, just as I'm about to bring it to the knife, suddenly steps up and tugs on. Mr. Please wait. Hannah frowns and tightens her grips around the arms and shakes her head warningly. You won't learn anything if you just keep questioning them, right? The show hasn't even started yet, and the trope will have to stay here for a while if we end up offending somebody else now. Alright, I understand. Dives her knife to the air once more before returning to the sheath. The rope behind the men comes apart. The 2 upside down tortoises fall heavily on the ground and leans against the 2 men's jeep and actually watches the 2 men trying to free themselves. I'm gonna let you go because I never played for you. Don't let me see you again. Yes, ma'am. The 2 suspiciously look at me and quickly try on watchful gaze. As soon as she watches them, Andrew bows to Zhaohui. I'm sorry, Ms. Zhaohui. I didn't mean to stop you from looking into things just now. No need to apologize, I understand. The trip doesn't need distraction before the show begins. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So, I have another impression to make. Andrea puts her hand together and bows slightly to Zhaohui. could you please not tell others about this? I do not want others to worry about me. Please. Please, please. Then, Andrew's severe plea trumps over Zhaohui. Alright, I'll keep quiet about this. If anything comes up in the servants' initiative, I'll tell the truth. Tell the truth. That's fine, it's a deal then. Thanks, Miss Zhaohui. Oh yeah, we should head back to our camp. Rehearsal ought to be starting soon. We've spent enough time out there as is. Andrea hurries over to the Jeep parked nearby. Zhaohui jogs over to her, but she casts her eyes into the distance, towards the direction of the men's vehicle.
当然の結果ですね。残念ですね。あなたはここまでです。
When is she going to show up in the story thinking about? How many of them? Let's see. There's an exception. Night falls in the campsite, which was bustling with activity during the day, has calmed down and as everyone retires to their quarters to rest. However, Zhaohui is quietly opening a door to our quarters. As we quickly looking around the outside and ensuring everybody thinks she's too persistently drives away from the campsite. Her Jeep races over to the wetland towards the abandoned town zone and visit in the day for their cultural inspiration. She parks outside the town 10 minutes before examining her surroundings in the ground. The two of them left from here. Tire tracks look new. They match the model of the Jeep in the other direction they took to leave. That's right, these are the tracks. She follows someone in the distance trying to jump. Jeep turning there and there's turning here and there, stopping and starting right. Finally, Zhaohui comes to a halt outside a secluded valley. Before her, our gaze are a dozen of vehicle tracks, all leading towards the valley's mouth. What's going on here? Zhaohui parks her vehicle in a secluded corner and cautiously approaches the mouth of the valley. She looks for a good vantage point which she can use to peer deeper within. At its floor, she sees several rows of dilapidated houses. Their lights illuminated the valley and their vehicles of various makes driving through it, as well as the people patrolling it beside them. Even from afar, the unique style of dress immediately tells someone who they are. VTubers, some frowns. The Germans are epidemic to the zeals of iron finding their faces isn't exactly otherwise. However, the men she caught earlier today didn't seem like Germans. I did butchering the word. So what exactly is going on here? Just as Zhaohui thinks into thought, she hears a sound from nearby. She found it over here. And clearly ducks behind the pile of rocks and looks at the source of the sound. A pair of figures walking through the night. One of them appears to be a girl and the other behind her is wearing a huge coat. They seem to be somewhat familiar about something. There seems to be something familiar about them. Ups and outputs of her visual mode. But just as she's about to study them in more detail, they suddenly turns her. Look out, there's someone up ahead. Speaker opens fire and the bullet takes up spring stand in Zhaohui's feet. The girl is already running towards her and ducks behind the nearby wall. The fact that they managed to spot her so easily is a clear sign that they're not running people, and normally people taking a one-on-two fight would not be wise. However, if the one is in the back is somewhat important, then taking them out might not might be a good idea too. I'm making up her mind and bursts out from the pile of rocks and throws grappling rope at that, and her grappling rope out at the cloak figure. Look out! Girl merely turns over to cover Zon's target, but she couldn't swat the grapple away in time. The cloak figure executes the combat roll and evades the third spike. Arizona has already launched herself forward, but now. Commander. Another burst of bullets. Someone steps down to go for words. Someone evades, and then the rapid dashes in her hand, tightens around her knife as she leaps forward again. The blade slashes through the fabric of the cloth, and the light reflects from the knife's blade illuminates its wearer's face. Commander? I was assuming that was the case. Simon? Or Zhaohui? After a little scuffle, I explain the reason why we're here to Zone. So you're saying that you're here to investigate Barjar's activity in the region? Indeed, the element just got a commission to track down these Barjars. You wouldn't have known because Korza and I sent out a little after you. According to the brief, this particular band has been going all out with killing, looting, and burning, and a few broker friends of mine have reported losing stock to them as well. They're very familiar with the terrain, and we have only just managed to find their base today. But that's enough. But enough about us. What about you, Drone? I thought I suppose somebody else completely thinking, as you must think nothing of coming to Germany to find yourself as so late at night. It was just merely a coincidence. I came up here. I didn't expect that Barjarars would have their eyes on my client. Seriously, who is this client of yours anyway? She's an actress. Her troupe just arrived in the settlement yesterday, and they're preparing for a show. I have no clue. I have no idea why the Barjar would go after her. Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. After all, they are performing a trip from the Green Sun, so perhaps they appear like plump sheep to these hungry wolves. I see. Still, she has only arrived yesterday, and the people have already had their sights on her. It's quite surprising just how eager the Jarvars are about all this. What do you plan to do now, Commander? Are you going to wipe out this stronghold? I'm not in a hurry to do so, but my assignment was to conduct a discreet investigation, so in principle I'm just supposed to remotely observe them. The important thing is just to get a feel of their overall situation, so I wouldn't be making contact with them or entering their hideouts unless I have to. And besides, it seems that jailers have some kind of boss in charge of them. They have more than one base, so snuffing them all out is going to take a while. Crumbs, what a pain. Jonah thinks for a while. A moment later, she looks up at me. In case I have a proposition coming there. Go ahead. At first I thought this was going to be an ordinary case of somebody trying to intimidate my client, but things apparently not that simple since the situation involves the Jarvars. After taking consideration of the troops' safety and the secret investigation you're conducting, would you be willing to join the troops' protection mission for the time being and work with me? So the troops serves as both as bait and cover for our investigation. It does sound like a win-win situation. Yeah. Also, if anything happens, the client and the trope will be safer with you and Miss Gorzel around. I don't mind, but the client and the trope, on the other hand, I'll speak with them about it. However, the trope's funds are limited and they probably won't be able to pay you too well. There's no need for that. Ultimately, we're both using each other here. Besides, the Munson has done their first share of free labor for me too. Are you happy with that, Leader Dongkong? I chuckle and extend a friendly hand to Zhong. She is silent for a moment, then she extended her hand for me. One that's covered in scars. That's strange, since when did such a user fixing this level of synthetics damage shouldn't cost that much. Before I can ask any further, Zhaohui nods to me. Glad to be working with you, Commander. Boom. I think of what characters would be better taking out random low-level enemies. I'm not gonna kill them all. Oh, nice. Like I said, somebody has, Zhaohui has mentioned it to me, like trying out the game, and then, I just looked into it, it's like, I probably should try it out, so. I'm probably gonna do that after, like, playing, that auto-battling game a bit more. To see how, at least if I could get to, like, gold rank or higher. Like, I'm currently silver, and that didn't seem too hard to get there, so. It's more time-consuming, I guess. After returning to the campsite the next day, someone introduced me and Carzel to the troop, just in case I have a set of credentials ready to prove my identity. However, it seems that my concern was unfounded. Once we arrived at Thursday Boundary Camp, Neverland, I had no problem convincing the manager to take us on as soon as the troop has freed up temporary bulking space for me as well. While Andra has cheerfully taken upon herself to show us around. Over here, this way, please. After leading us to our course, Andra shows us around the factos and briefs about the troop's activities. In any case, that's our performance serial. If you guys need anything, feel free to look for me or the manager. Thanks you, Andra. You're welcome to look us up anytime, too. After briefing, Andra doesn't believe her and said she ends up gawking at Zhaohui, who's standing by my side. Zhaohui notices Andrea's gaze and walks over to her and grabs Zhaohui and pulls her aside before whispering into her ear. They seem pretty skilled, but that bounty hunters. Zhaohui looks towards me and from a distance. She's a reliable friend of mine. There was something fishy about that attack yesterday, so I asked her to come and help out. Alright. Then. Still about that attack from yesterday. Don't worry, I didn't tell the manager about it. Andrea visually relaxes and she bows to Zen, pose in gratitude. Thank you so much. I didn't know how to show it, but I'm really grateful to you. Think nothing of it. However, for safety's sake, I recommend you to leaving the campsite as low as possible. Sure, I won't go far. Andrea leaves the room after nodding gratefully to Zhaohui. After she leaves, I smile and approach Zhaohui. Well, that's a layer of moonstone for you. I'm sure Island and the others must have such a easier time on that travels with you around. Then turns as she hears my voice. Just doing my job as a layer is something the matter, Commander. Something's bothering me. It seems that Miss Andrea doesn't understand the true identity of her attackers. That does not seem to concern your mission. That does not seem to concern your mission, Commander. I don't mean to pry, of course. That was just a reminder. Rather than quarrel about that, I have a suggestion. This ground settlement seems quite lively. Would you like to walk around it with me and get a picture of what's happening on the ground? Alright. after leaving the trope campsite, which is still under construction, Zhaohui and I walked around the streets of the settlement. The streets were covered in sand and gravel, and the houses are run down. The people are all poor. Settlements like these are everywhere in the Eurozone, and the sole difference is that the one we're staying at is fairly large, which is most likely why the trope chose to base themselves here. So the livelier a settlement is, the more likely it is to draw the bone drawer's attention. I turn my eyes outside the settlement as though the crosses my mind piles of rocks and driftwood of sand hide the land and sky in the distant by. I know that there's something lurking behind there, hidden in the distant valley. Just as I'm about to head outside the summit, the hunt comes to a halt. Commander? Why did you ask me to go with you? If this means to be a secret investigation, there's a chance that the secrecy would be breached. We're working together on an assignment after all. It's better that we interact and get to know each other. Also, things in the yellow zone can be pretty complicated, and I'm empty-handed right now. I feel better with a certain squad leader by my side. According to what I know of you, Commander, dealing with over 10 bomb by yourself, even without a dog squad backing you up, should be a child's play for you. Besides, you have Mexican to Indeed, which is why this is the only part of the reason. The other reason is you don't home. The truth is, there's something that I wanted to discuss with you on the day Moonzone had their concert. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to do so. That day, yes, it was unfortunate that we could not speak, but with you wish to talk about Commander Moonsong and the Elmo. I know that you're the leader of the Moonsong Squad, and you're not part of the Elmo. It's not easy for a gust of wind that's used to freedom to have suddenly accept a new environment. I'm grateful for the fact that you're willing to stay with the Elmo for the sake of Dylan and others. They are my friends. Yes, but and you are a good leader. That much goes without saying. But even though you are their leader, I can sense that you're changing too. Right now, the way you're talking to me is completely different from when Sun first came to help me. We bounty hunters have a keen nose, so feel free to talk about anything you want with me. Then does not answer. Or perhaps we should discuss it with Moonsun if you think it would be better that way. It doesn't take long for them to come here from down and they can have extra hands for the commission. She just thinking. Then remains silent, her face still blank. According to Jim, her facial hairs were damaged in combat, and as a result, she does not show much in a way of facial expression, but sometimes this poker face of hers is a perfect camouflage for her feelings. I look straight at silently waiting for her answer. Just then I heard shouts of argument from nearby hovel up ahead. It's not like that. Listen to me. Those letters I just sent were just... Listen to how you... If not for you, Ferris wouldn't have... No, Ferris, she looked... Just listen. For some reason, the girl's voice sounds strangely familiar. Zhaohui and I turned, we nod, take cover... then take cover nearby. Enough of this bullshit. You think I'm going to buy that goody two-shoes act? It's all because you. No, I don't really. You know that you're someone like this because of you. Tish, stop pretending you want to get lost, get out of here. The argument does not last, and soon the owner of the bar supervised leaving behind the sound of it sobbing. It lasts for a while before gradually tapering out, then the figure steps out from behind the wall. It's the lead actress of the Turin trope. She rubs her tears away as she walks, her clothes are dusty and her hair still mused, probably from this couple just now. Then frowns and prepares to stand, but I put a hand on her shoulder and gently shakes my head. Don't go right now, it might be a personal matter for Andrew. Then doesn't, but she doesn't move either. It's only then that I leaves and I listen to Griffin at her eyes. As expected, and doesn't go after them. Instead, she fixes me with a cold look. Why did you stop me just now, Commander? If this is a personal matter for her, buying in this and Ashley would only make things awkward for her. The trope is about to put their show on, and it would be better to figure things out when asked Andrew about a matter later rather than incur unnecessary trouble. This isn't the first time Andrew has tried something like this. The dispute just now was very intense. If that man keeps bothering Andrea, it might end up affecting the show. You still don't know the full picture yet. Barging in thoughtlessly might only end up making things worse. In the confrontation zone, there are times when minding your own business is not a bad thing. That's what Andrea wants too, isn't it? The home frowns. Minding my own business. Took offense to that. So this is minding your own business to you, Commander. I see. The person doesn't change, but I can hear it and a disapproval in her voice. However, this is the most sensible choice right now. If Andrew insists, then I will not pursue the matter for now, but if the effects of getting paid, I will not remain silent. In any case, I'll look around the area alone. I can handle things here by myself. You should head back to the campsite, Commander. It seems that I'm made up her mind. I sigh and then turn to leave. We'll discuss it after she settles down. By the time I return to the trip's campsite, the stage at the center has begun to take shape. A group of people are gathered around it, and Andrea seems to be the midst. As I approach, Gazelle turns to me from where she's standing and on the edge of the crowd. Commander. What's going on here? As I was rehearsing, apparently there was a recent revision to a certain scene. I look at the Haruka while she's just... This is just a scene. Ursula Andrea is completely into it. There's no sign of tears. She shed just now. Shortly after, Zona enters the campsite too. And I still performing so John frowns slightly before standing aside to watch the scene in silence. Soon after the scene is over, the Vestige audience erupts with thunderous applause. Wow, that was a great change. It's even more moving than the previous version of the scene. I bet our tour is going to be the greatest success. Alright, I'm happy that everyone's so confident about our tour, but I'd like to hear from our audience too. Anna steps out of the crowd and beckons to me and go home. Hey, you two, you saw our rehearsal now, what do you think? It was very, very compelling. As for the fine details, you got the stage issue, maybe you'll like to field this question. I smiled and then glanced at her. She considered her words for a moment, then began to speak in an earnest voice. I think your performance was very professional. While I revived later, I only managed to see parts of it. The girl, Dola, you played was lively, animated, and very likable. Her final promise to her friend was very stirring too. I'm sure it would have won the hearts of the audience even in the green zone. However, the delivery of some lines seemed a little unpolished. Further practice might be required. It sounds harsh, but the high price is coming from someone. After hearing her words, Zhaohui scratched her head rashly. But that is to be expected after the character was modeled after. She was. It's nothing. Right. I need to go check out my costume with the director. If there's nothing else, let's all go take a break for a bit. Miss Andrea? Were you looking for me, Zhaohui? On saying Zhaohui started, I cut into the conversation. Should we talk about the campsite security? Yes. Well, you two sure, I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna head over to the director's office. Leaves and asks, I escorted to continue standing watch by the stage. Zhaohui's face is blank as ever, sighing internally. I approached her. What did you find outside the campsite? Thanks for your restraint. I didn't manage to find anyone suspicious. In that case, you shouldn't thoughtfully question Andrew about either. Commander, are you saying that you believe that matters will be bad for her, or would it affect your investigation for the violence of arms? Howdy, Norman. Nomad. DX Nomad. How are you? Well, I said I was willing to work for you. Willing to work with you. I was upfront about how the eviction would take priority over protecting the troop. Currently, Administrator is not related to the troop, and working with you does not extend to interfering with the actor's personal life. I do not wish to give rise to unintended consequences by doing so. Nice. You're doing fine on this dandy Sunday. So, I am just trying to finish the event for Girls Frontline. And then, tomorrow, cram in Star Rail. Once again. So, yeah. And well, Yellow Zone supplies are not cheap, and while I do not know Moonsun's operation for a bounty hunter, minding your own business is an important principle for survival. Zhaohui falls silent as though she didn't expect me to state my position that frankly. She frowned slightly, but in the end she suddenly fixed me with a calm gaze. Since you have decided to prioritize diversity, I have a request of my own. I hope that you would not jeopardize the show for the sake of your mission, Commander. Yeah, I'm having a nice day, thanks for asking. So, yeah. A bit hot. I got a haircut. The normal. The haircut's not normal, but I got a haircut in the last year, I guess. I don't cut my hair often. So I cut it really short so I could grow out again. Because I'm that type of person. Of course. I have my principles too. I'll inform you if I discover anything unusual. I hope you'll keep your promise, Commander. Zhaohui turns and leaves after saying those cold words. As I watch her go, I rub between my eyes in resignation. This Mississippi is going to get worse at this rate. Is there a way to soften Zhaohui's attitude? What would Moonsun do when they have a dispute? Moonsun's squad. An idea was sprung into my head. I pull my terminal and find the name Zhaohui and sing song. Yeah. I'm sorry, girls. It seems that I need your help again. Calls in reinforcements. Has a poker face. Yeah. I don't know. It's either because I'm cheap or I like growing out my hair. So I don't know which is which. I think at one point I had my hair all the way up to my butt. It was very long. My ex was jealous because my hair didn't like tangle like hers or anything, so I had the zero upkeep and needed for it. So yeah. It was really nice. It was pullable, if you know what I mean. So, I might grow out again, but I think it took me like multiple years to get to that stage. I might try again. Now I need like what was it? A better style for it. I think I look like not the best stylish person with long hair. So yeah. In the wilderness, a jeep races towards its destination. The dolls in the front passenger seat lines against the windows. I lay rapping on this scratched glass. Jake says go faster to commander, and Zhaohui have walked out on the we'll have walked out on each other by the time we get there. The dolls in the driver's seat stomps on the gas pedals once again, but the only reply is low humming at the engine as it strains under its weightly burden. So we were driving at top speed for a while now. Any faster, this jackalope would probably come apart before we even reach the campsite. Very verified pilots and girls up in their seat. Fine, truth is, I just want to see the commander and Zhaohui as soon as possible. And that poker-faced woman curly dumped us to take on the mission by herself. I can't wait to see her staring ironically at us when we show up. Sorry, John. I know you're still mad about what happened back then, but the commander did ask us to come in order to make things worse. You don't want someone to truly leave Moonsung. Heck no, why would we want... Why else would we be rushing like this anyway? Okay, fine, relax, Big Sis. I promise I won't get mad at her when we get her. At most, I'll just wait until she gets back to the Alamo before secretly thumping her a little. That's if she comes back at all, if we can't convince her. We still have her, don't we? She's on her way too, isn't she? Farron never got along with the others, but she is willing to come to Alamo, so there's no reason why Zhaohui would refuse either. Can definitely say after Zhaohui isn't an ex-Griffin doll. This is such a pain. Moonsung is still Moonsung even on the Alamo. And the commander really is a nice lady too. Do we really have to choose between Moonsung and the commander? Why is Zhaohui making things so difficult for us? And perhaps the problem isn't just for us, but for Moonsung, all of Moonsung too. The interior of the jeep is silent for a while. Diane frowns as she gazes into the distance, then floors the shutter once again. Yeah, you only started growing your hair because of COVID. I think I started growing my hair a bit before COVID, so. I know my mother and then my grandparents don't like my hair very long, so yeah, so there's that issue. So yeah. And then my hair gets everywhere when it's like very long. I think before I cut it was like shoulder length or more. So it is a very afternoon in the Karelia troops campsite is as boiling hot as you'd expect. The troop members quickly back and forth rushing up the stage, reversing and preparing prop. Some girls and I are affected by this industrious mood and find ourselves taking part too. Suddenly I heard the sound of happy shouting from the distance amongst this sweltering heat. Commander Zhaohui. Turns and freezes it out. Meanwhile, I turn just in time to guess for a gust of crimson wind to slam me into me. The impact is so massive that I lose my balance and stumble back. Look out. Just as I'm about to fall, a hand reaches out just in time to steady my shoulder. At the same time, the girl who just clapped me barely managed to correct her pose and help Zhaohui to stand me back up. Oh, sorry, Commander. It was an accident. I'm okay. With my feet back under me at last, I look at the girl before me. Her long pigtails are fluttering in the wind, and the smile on her face is so bright that it makes me feel happier just looking at her. Are effortlessly reaches out to affectionately ruffle her hair. He came so fast, almost as caused by a speeding accident, in fact. It's just because I missed you so much and I didn't want to be apart from you for a second, Commander. And I guess I missed Zhaohui too, in any case, the moment I got your message, Big Sis, and I came here quickly as we could. Is that right, Big Sis? Zhaohui laughed and turned to Dion, who was only just arrived. We're not too late, are we, Commander? And Zhaohui. There's no apologetic smile on Dion's face as she turns to a green-headed bearded doll. Sorry for acting hastily, but coming here without informing you. I have nothing to apologize for in first place. Decision-making authority was in your hands while I was away from the squad. Zhaohui remains calm even though informed by a sudden visit from teammates. Zhaohui seems annoyed by this and gets up in Zhanghu's voice. Wait a minute. Why is your mouth open wide? Huh? Aren't you the least bit surprised that Big Sis and I are here? I am surprised, but I'm not tickle me toad doll that open mouth when you squeeze its tummy. Also, my emotional expression icon only supports opening my mouth to a limited extent. That's why you're so annoying, Big Sis. I came all this way and you aren't even reacting to it. Do you not care at all? Zhang looks in the fuming Zhonghong looks at Zhonghong in the eye and shakes her head. It's not that I don't care, it's just that I guessed why you came. As such, I have no choice but to accept your arrival and introduce you to everyone in the troop. Thanks, so Zhonghong pulls Sarah through and down and over and smile faintly to the troop members who are gathering around them. And manager everyone. These are Zhaohui and Dylan and Zhaohui, my friends from my band. Just like me, they have extended stages and combat experience. Welcome, are you the ones who've been traveling and performing everywhere, Zhaohui? Indeed, they are interested in the troop's upcoming play and insist on coming to help. Please reach the dolls if you need anything over the next few days. Well, be in your care for the time being, everyone. Dylan smiles and bows, saying, upon seeing how Dylan is acting, Dylan's face lights up with a smile too. Yep, just let me know if you need anything help. I can work, fight, and perform. Oh yeah, I can also do kung fu, sing, and play the drums too. Wow, really, Miss Zhang? Can I consult you on the final points of the fight scene? It might end up being useful in their play. Of course. In fact, I can give you a demonstration right now. Empty space here. There we go, come on this way. Diane drags her off the side and proceeds to give her a jerk display of martial arts move. Diane shakes her head and with a smile as she watches Zhanghu's antics. She really does go full throttle all the time. Still, there won't be any problems with blending into the troop now. Well played, Commander. I'm impressed. Zhang looks at me and her smile fades. Please forgive me. I simply did not want to cause any misunderstanding between us. I believe that we'll be able to get along better with Dang and Zhang, and as for the future, thank you for your concern, Commander. Zhang interests me halfway through my expansion. I will carefully consider the future of Monk's Zhang's squad.
これで好き なことをする時間ができましたね。
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there's another chat. I'm gonna take a small break. I'll be right back. BRP. I am back. So yeah. Time for the next bit of the story. Let me get another sip. Although there's a slight tension between Zhaohui and Dylan and Zhonghong, it doesn't affect the assignment in the show. Preparations are proceeding apace. Thank you, South Pacific, for the welcome back. The stage is finally completed by our fourth day in this installment. The trope decides to conduct an internal test show that night. The music stops, replaced by a thud clapping for the audience. One by one, the cast members take their bows, and the director waves excitedly to the audience from the stage. And that's a wrap. big thank you to everyone for making the show Daybreak Oaths a great success. Following the director's announcement, the cast members gather excitedly into a group hug as the lead actress enter naturally in the center of the group. You know, we're amazing. I didn't expect the change pineapple to be so moving, Snuffle. Thank you everyone, but I couldn't have done it without you. Be it the script revisions or the later performances and joint rehearsals, I'm so grateful to have your support. Ingrid bows deeply from where she's standing in the middle of the crowd. The director comes over and pats her on the shoulder. Come on, Ingrid, no need to be modest. We all know just how hard you're working to make this tour a success. I'm sure Farrah's parents would understand your feelings if they were here. We sent the invitations out long ago, but I guess they won't be coming, otherwise they wouldn't. Ingrid sighs quietly and drops the subject. Then she quietly, instantly wipes her dejection away like it had never existed and smiles as she grabs Zhaohui's and Zhanghui's hands. That's right, Director. I've learned a lot of interesting things recently while talking to Moon's squad. For instance, Zhanghui's kung fu moves look really cool on stage. I was thinking of maybe we could bring them into our next production. Wow, really? Yep, I still remember that super cool flying kick that you showed me. It would be perfect for a fight scene also. Just as Aaron begins acting out the move, Jen into a dark shadow falls from the sky. Look out! Guessing they're getting attacked now. Aaron pulls Aaron from the wave just as a glass bottle filled with paint hits the spot where Andrew was standing just moments ago. The inside splashes out as a ball shatters into fragments, foaming into large, savage flowers. Before Aaron can ride, a second and third ball lands in the campsite, interspersed with a hail of stones leaving streaks of paint all over the stage. Hey, someone's causing trouble. Try to protect the cast and Commander Jung home with me. Zhanghui's voice remains on the wind as she leaps out of the cancellation behind a nearby wall. With lightning speed, Zhang subdues the suspicious man hiding behind the wall without giving him any time to respond. On her end, Zhanghui has also grabbed someone outside the camp. Both of them drag them into the center. Despite being pinned down, they're still struggling and cursing. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Yeah, you're just a crabby group of actors. What right do you have to grab me? Get through your thick skull. Stop going around doing shows and get lost now before you mess up more people's families. Shameless and harbors criminals. That lead actress, or whoever, is a murderer. That makes the rest of you guys accomplices too. I think she do. Shut up. Simon kicks the ranting man out with a knife-handed strike. Seeing how his friend was KO'd, the other man shakes away at her. However, when he sees how Andrew is trying to stop this and in fact lower her head in direction, he starts cursing again. Just as Virgil scowls and takes out her knife before pressing it to the man's neck with a cold look in her eyes. Hey, let's talk this out, no need to get serious. Alright then, talk, why are you attacking the troop? We were hired. Our client won't give us money and told us to make trouble and mess up the show. And what is all this about, murder? I don't know either, the client just told us to say that, and oh yes, they also got a grudge with your lead lady, he said. Jeez. Before he can finish, Aaron knocks him out as well. She glances at Zhaohui indiscriminately, and they dragged the two unconscious men away. And then she looked at the man look at me, was standing inside the distance. I instantly get from me and enter the crowd before giving the director a mean look. Mr. Nerd looks like she needs some rest. Let's end the rehearsal here tonight. Everyone should turn in early. We'll clean up the rest. After seeing the director's nod, the rest of the cast and crew afterward dispersed. Soon, the only people left and once the best-selling cast are director and the dolls. Andrea helps Zhaohui helps Andrea take a seat and then squeezes her hand. Andrea, can you tell us what happened here before? Can you tell us what happened before this? She has a fess up now. And head is stellar, she remains gloomy and silent. After seeing the state of Ghana the director shakes her head and sighs. Maybe I should do it. If I'm not wrong, my guess is that the client who hired her people attacked here are the parents of Andrea's former friend, Ferris. A former friend named Ferris? Yes, Ferris was a good friend of mine and an outstanding young actress. The truth is, she was supposed to be the female lead of Daybreak's Oath. But back then, Andrea and Ferris joined the audition for the part and they made it through both of them. Ferris was the female lead and Andrea was the second female lead. Ferris and I are both loved to act. I still remember the day when we met each other. Andrea, who has felt silent all the time, so I left her head. She looked at the stage but seemed more like she's gazing into the depths of her past. That day I joined the improvised drama competition. I was a rookie back then and nobody paid any attention to me. By the time the competition ended, a girl ran over and all of a sudden and praised me for doing a good job. She even pointed out the little details of my act. Well, we ended up talking for a long time. She told me her name was Ferris and she wanted to become a pro actor just like me. Andrea smiles as she recalls her past with Ferris. After that, we became good friends. At that time, all we had were bit parts, but no matter what roles or scripts we were given, we always rehearsed them together so we could cue and further critique and further refine our act. Every time we slowly became able to play supporting roles and then both made it through auditions for the Daybreak's Oath and began practicing in the Yellowstone together, looking for crucial aspirations to go going on tours together. Those days were really happy, but she just stopped speaking as though she thought of something and then her smile turned bitter. 2 years ago when Ferris and I were out, the conversations that we were attacked by brown bears, the PMC is assigned to protect us. We're taken out by the brown bars and Ferris too. I passed out back then and then was mistaken for dead, but the passing bounty hunter saved me. Everyone in the troop was heartbroken over Ferris and we had lost a great actress and a good friend. After that, everyone in the troop was grieving for her and then the lead actress wrote for her. Sat vacant for a long time. Later on, I remembered that Andrea and Ferris had acted opposite roles from each other and had to try out for the position. She did well, so I decided to permanently resign it to her. But I didn't expect that my decision would lead to necessary by Ferris' parents. They thought that Andrea had gotten Ferris killed in order to become the lead actress. Did you not try to contact Ferris' parents? We tried many times, but Ferris' parents thought the trope was in on it too. Or in on it with her, and it didn't keep refusing to talk with us. And I also tried to look for the barn, but they never seemed to easy to find. The situation was very chaotic back then. With all the time gone by, we couldn't find any evidence at all. And that's how the misunderstanding lasts all the way until now. Yes, the truth is, Andrea's been working hard trying to erase that misunderstanding. During the tour, Andrea convinced me to change the script, and its ending is a memorial Ferris. Frankly speaking, we weren't too happy about the change of it, but Andrea went all but we're getting inspiration and build up experience as a scriptwriter before considering me in the many times, and then the author's game began to take shape. After we finished rewriting the script, it began premiering right after we finalized the show schedule and sent an invitation for his parents. And you know how that went. Every present goes silent. Everyone present goes silent as they look at the glass shards and red paint scattered everywhere. Andrea, is there anything we can do to help tailor and predict the future shows? That's right, since they've rejected Andrea's goodwill, they definitely won't give up easily. Andrea smiles barely and bows to everyone. And I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Ensuring that the shows take place or at the request, you don't have to blame yourself for this. Yeah. Someone helps Andrea up and Zhaohui. Andrea up and Zhaohui comes over to help support her by the shoulders. Yep, nothing's going to happen to the trooper with us around. I'll be counting on you all in the future, and then it's getting late, and I also need to take care of the troops' business. Oh yes, about those 2 attackers. Leave them to us. Sorry, could you go easy on them? After all, it was all because of me that they... Relax, we know our limits. Several minutes later, the 2 hired attackers received a stern talking to from John and linked off, vanishing into the night. As I watched them fade away, I couldn't help but ponder the situation. So they were hired then. Now, if they were like the people who tried to ambush Andrea, they're probably related to Roundward too. Before the 2 men can flee into the darkness, I called Road follows them and sees where they're heading. So we know where the troops of where they're going. I'll click that. Alright, Phil, it's me, I collect it. Bang, 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 bang. How in the wild, I put 2 dolls racing through the herds of LOTs. She placed shots after shot with deadly precision, driving the way the LOTs that are swarming her. Oh. Her look. I don't know so much about that, but her other look is really nice. Tish. Taylor, of course, ring around her, piling up like gruesome sandbags. Her gun is starting to heat up, shows no sign of stopping. Instead, she begins counting the bodies on the ground. 7, 8, 9, 14. I really like this look. I say that when she has this face. There's still not enough again. Scrouts and leaves up the stuff of the LD, but neither they run to their gun is moving between targets. Arrow swings and throws her tomahawk, which cleaves through into the creature's throat. Yep. Their body hits the floor, the impact shatters the glass crystal on the corpse and the fragment is at Farrah's feet. Farrah quickly bends down to pick up the chunks, wipes off the icky stuff on them, and then shoves them into her pockets. That's what you get for trying to ambush me. Soon together, the yellow IDs have all been dealt with. Farrah picks up the last collapsed crystal piece and pats her bulging pockets. That should be enough, right? I ought to be able to get a present with these. Or is it according to the art of human interaction, presenting a present after meeting an old friend following a long separation is a sign of your sincerity? Okay, so does this mean I have to click more crystals? Dude, I still have enough time to kill before more of these LEDs, plus the pieces will get worn down in processing. It would be bad if I don't have enough. I looks up and gazing in the distance. A wisp of smoke curls into the air. It seems that the LEDs packed up ahead. She mounts up, and her motorbike and rolls over to the source of the smoke. However, as she approaches the smoke, Caroline gradually realizes something is wrong. Wait, those aren't LEDs. The source of the smoke lies just over 100 meters away, but that isn't being created by LEDs. Rather, it comes from a weirdly modified Barnes vehicle. We seem to have found something, and several converted junkers are pouring fire on a small hill. The farm function. Did they spread all the way over here? Anna ups the output of her visual mode to see the farm with her. However, she only can make out several indistinct shapes amidst the rolling cloud of dust. Could it be the stranded travelers or risen from nearby settlement? Who cares? The farm bars are all assholes anyway. I'll just shoot them. I'll just shoot first and ask questions later. Anna revs her motorbike and rides into the heart of the dust cloud. Hey, over here. Went on a killing spree. I missed the one. For you to surprise, the people surrounded on the hill are actually pretty good fighters and worked well for her. To the very morning, Conrad modified vehicles drove off. Ron brings her motorbike to the hill and run up the hill, waving at the people behind the smoke and dust. You guys alright? We're good, thanks for your help just now. That surprise attack of yours was most impressive. You're welcome, you guys were pretty good too. Are you a bounty hunter? Are you bounty hunters? I thought you were local residents. People at the people she was dressing emerged from so from caged up. Words catched in her throat. You guys. Oh, yo, bro, surprised to see you. Surprised to see us? See, Commander, I told you it was fair. There was no way I would mistaken anyone who lunges an action with her all day long for anyone else. But it's been a while. See 75, I mean Miss Freya. Yes, it's a long time no see, Freya. I smile and walk up to the doll I haven't seen in a long time. 10 years have passed and she's changed her outfit and her brilliant red hair still burns like fire and the spirit look in her hasn't changed a bit. I was looking forward to meeting you again from the moment Dara said she had contacted you. I thought we'd be up at the campsite, but I didn't expect you to run into you here. Can we consider his fate that Arian took form of a firefight side by side? Freya seems to want to say something, but she faces out after hearing me speak. After her mind hangs open and her face turns red, she struggles to find the right word to say. Commander, nice to see you again. I got a gift for you when we meet again. I mean, I was planning to get a gift for you, but I haven't managed to get it yet. But I have the funds ready. She's just shaking. Thanks, so Freya reaches in her bag and then freezes up. Exclaims in shock when she looks down front, unable to believe her eyes. She feels around something inside. Her pocket, which had been stuffed with the rim were glazed by bullets during the firefight just now. All the glass cutters who worked so hard to collect had been shattered everywhere, leaving only a few pieces sparkling in their hands. How could this be? My collapsed crystals. Freya clutches her fist in frustration and then grabs her head and looks like she's trying to keep control of her emotions. After a while, she looks up with a blurry expression on her face. I'm sorry, Commander. It looks like your gift will have to wait. Cheer up. So you draft all those Clash cards you could, so what? Just pick them all up again, I'll help you. What's important is that you met the commander again. Not some present. Just seeing you here is what matters to me. A bad president trying to console her. Her seems on edge ever since we met. She hasn't said much, but what little she says comes out as a nervous shuddering. What happened to her? I remember she was rather hot-tempered and Griffin, but not like this. Maybe I should ask her about it later when we get a chance. Thank you, Commander. I'm happy to be able to see you again, too. Oh, that's right. What are you doing here, Commander? It's a long story. You know about that trope, right? Somebody caused trouble there last night and Grove followed them to another Brimberg's camp. Julia and I came over to check it out, but not long after we met up, those guys went out for a walk. I see, and after this, you're going to. We'll head back to the campsite first and got a good picture of the situation here. I believe your teammates are looking forward to meeting you too. A crew all together again. Once we return to the summit, Jerome practically flies into the troop's campsite. Big 6 Zone, look at who I found. Upon hearing the Jerem's voice, Dylan looks up from where she's working by the stage. And Thailand approaches with quick steps unfolding Brian and John in the hug. John walks out of a nearby tent having heard of the commotion. Brian, what are you doing here? John reflected glances at me and I raised my hand defensively. It wasn't me this time. I only just ran into Pura. And then turns to Brian, who walks over and punches down on his shoulder. Brian gave me the location. What the hell? So you can just go off by yourself and nobody's allowed to follow? The previous happy mood there suddenly freezes down and looks sighs before walking over to her, making a green-colored arm in one hand and the red-colored in the other. There, don't get mad. We should be happy that Moonson's been reunited after so long. Yeah, that's right. Farrah came over to help us out. In fact, she helped us beat a bunch of our own bars just now. Don't be so stiff, Zhaohui. Yeah, Burns' skills are amazing. Also, do you have anything to say to the Moonsons or someone? Alright. Presses the spot between her brows and exhilaration. I was hoping that this brief period of independent action would be enough to spur you ladies into calmly considering our future. Clearly that plan has failed. That means it was a wrong thing to do. It's better to just be frank and speak up for them rather than have us stew in our own by ourselves being miserable. Isn't that right, Big Sis Fred? For once I agree with Zhaohui. Yes, I agree that face-to-face discussion is the best form of communication for Moonson. Much like when you're playing a song, one must be able to seem to properly judge the audience's reaction. So, while this was a private commission, you're still a part of Moonson. Will you allow us to help you with this commission for the next few days? I mean, your business is Moonson's business. Yeah, we'll help you out if Andrea gives us another job next time. After seeing the sincerity in her team's expressions, the coldness on Zhanghui's face seems to have faded. Zhang looks at them in the eyes and nods. Alright. One step
当然の結果
closer.
ですね。残念ですがあなたはここまでです。
Several days later, inside the troops' campsite, Rusen's squad and Grizzle intensified patrols outside the campsite for following days, despite the little upset during the test show. The attack we feared never came again, and the troop enjoyed the rare few days of peace. To relief, the troop has been otherwise unmolested, but I'm hard-pressed to find another vehicle for Brown's actions. Could it be that the link between the Brownburns and the attackers from the Knights were purely coincidence? Was it truly just 2 days layabout, but nothing there to accept the job from the underground? No, perhaps I just need a vague severities. There must be something behind the scenes that I've missed. Once afternoon rehearsal for the trope is over, I see Zhaohui. As she listens to my intentions for the anger, she puts down the prop she is checking and looks at me in puzzlement. So you intend to basically Jeremiah outside the camp right now? Yeah, right now you can tell something's wrong too, right? I turn to look outside the campsite. Meanwhile, I haven't seen all things seem peaceful enough in the campsite. The settlement outside is nowhere as warm and welcoming as it was when we first came. In fact, it feels somewhat deserted. Our audience is gone. That's right, the tropes advertised the show have only said there ought to be more people here. However, it seems that Barman and entire activity timber had forced people who are planning to watch the play to abandon their plans. Do you think the change in the Barman's action is linked to how we stopped the attack on the campsite that day? I cannot be sure, but we both know the Barman are mixed up in this. And besides, the Barman had been scourging on their surrounding regions, yet the settlement and the troop have been completely untouched. It doesn't make sense. I don't think it's because we revealed ourselves, and I don't think anyone would actually pay to invite those starving wolves here. Therefore, I need to head out there on foot to figure out what's going on, since it's very likely that Angela is involved. I'll need the help of Moonsong's squad too. Understood, I can accompany you, Commander. Me too. I haven't got out of this game with you in a long time, Commander. Wasn't that like a few days ago? Jenna has appeared and heard from seemingly nowhere and inserted herself between Zhao and me and followed closely by Donna and Pharaoh, who turned up in front of me. Why didn't you just tell us you need help, Commander? Yes, I would have monopolized this county mission with Commander if I hadn't secretly followed you. As I see the looks of anxiety in their eyes, I can't help but chuckle, but eventually I harden my heart and shake my head. The Bones are still roaming around there, so we need to leave someone behind to protect the campsite. Brown and Sarah will follow me, and Tyler and Pearl will stay behind and protect the campsite. Yo-ho! Understand, Pearl will mind the campsite, but please be careful, Commander. As our jeep goes deeper into the wilderness, there's still no trace of the farm barns. Sharon stares at the back of the seat window for a long time, but she can't find anything. Bored, she begins tapping on the rhythm on the vehicle's frame. John, mind your volume. Okay, fine. I'll stop now. After being reminded by Zhao and Burns sticks her tongue out and grovels under her breath. The farmers are such a pain, there's no sign of them anywhere, it's just a waste of your time, Commander. I can't believe we're spending our precious time off on these farmers. I'm so mad. After complaining, Jan drapes herself over the back of my seat. Bill, I'm glad I got to go out with you guys again on the mission, Commander. It feels like the old days. In fact, I can't help but wonder how nice it would be if the trope would just keep performing. Then Big System, Baron, and I could just ignore that crappy agreement and stay with you forever, right, Commander? Agreement, huh? Actually, Kathleen sent me a secret transmission about a month ago when I was assessing 404 regarding new changes in the agreement. While quite a few Dells have already returned home through chance encounter, I was planning to maintain that status quo for a little longer to avoid Alma becoming a target once again. But seeing that gloominess and delight on German words and thinking about the pendant that Aaron cherishes so dearly, I find it hard to keep quiet. As I can't answer this for the world, but at very least I could give them an answer. Commander. Actually, you can do that right now. You don't have to worry about the agreement anymore. Eh? And Jaws and her eyes closed wide open. I sighed and then you could. Just a month ago, the non-military forces administration secretly left part of the agreement's restriction for various reasons. That said, it was done in secret, so I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to alarm certain people. Also, I'm just a little pennilessly down the under right now. So all I can do is wander the land doing jobs to make ends meet. It's a hard life. I don't care if you're wandering or not. I'm happy as long as I'm with you, Commander. It won't ever be a hardship for me. I'm sure Big System feels the same way. Oh yeah, we'll just go back and tell them the great news. I'm sure they'll be happy if they know they can follow you again. Really now? I chuckle and then turn to Zara. However, I realize that she's staring intently to the windshield. Her face grim. Commander Brong's side of the head. Get these guys out quickly and easily. She has a model. Every problem resolved. Catch up quickly. We can wrap things up and share the good news with our sisters soon. Don't rush. Take care of the enemies first. Our combat. Mission complete. Thanks to Zhang and Zhonghang, combined attack, the ambush of vampires are soon driven off. We wiped the remaining enemies along the way, but didn't see anyone else around us. In order to verify the farmer attack, we even pursued them all the way to the farmer's camp we found earlier. However, the brightly lit camp from that night is now completely deserted, as the sleep families were tipped off and vanished without a trace after shifting their area of activity. What's going on? Maybe they got scared by how we've been spanking them over the past few days and ran off. Now, judging by the state of the camp, this was organized withdrawal. Tisk. We must have missed them again. Let's head over to the other camp, think as our info. We soon ran into the other camp. However, the situation is the same as before. Hey, where did everyone go? When I came here with Gazelle and the commander just a few days, there were permanent patrols around the area. Indeed, if they packed up and left in just a few days, where did they go? I leaned against the window and rubbed my forehead as I feel a headache coming. Is there really nothing wrong with these farmers? The past experiment was not a difficult task. However, they seem to have been more cunning over the past 6 months. Whatever we saw during this request reflects that. They have multiple temporary bases, and they actively send out people to take underground market requests. They even conducted organized group withdrawals. Did my phone go off? Pinterest. A vague feeling that there's something wrong with all this turns in my head. It's almost as though somebody is directing these crude banners from the shadows. Unfortunately, I have no clues or proof regarding them at the moment. Don't be so down, Commander. Since they've got the trope and the settlement will be fine. You should be happy, Commander. It's good for ignorance, yes, but it seems the bounty that the Commander will be receiving for this vacation farmer is going to be much smaller than expected. You don't hold back at all, do you? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't think about that. So there's no need to worry that the agreement has been loosened and we'll help you out with missions as long as they stay. As long as we get to stand Alamo. In short, you don't have to worry about starving or with us around. That's I'm looking forward to that. And me too. There's also sort of fun in Alamo. And a lot of old friends. Well, not just friends from Griffin, but there's a lot of new friends too. We'll be able to make for new friends too, right? And ties her Griffin staring out and her eyes sparkle as she fantasizes about the future hold. Aaron says nothing, only listens quietly. And I want to head back to the campsite now and see Big Fist's and Farah's face when we tell him that the agreement has been loosened up. Hold on tight, Commander. I'm going to put the bell to the middle. And mutters about the agreement to herself as she speeds all the way back. Soon the jeep launches into a hall at the campsite. Commander, where we arrived. Early dismounts and runs up to the nearby farm. When the fairy legislation that follows tells me, even without hearing her words, that she's informing them about the agreement. Showing up there the farm run up to me a moment later. Commander, is what James said really true? Is the agreement annulled? I nodded. Strictly speaking, it was because the terms have been loosened. It's because the terms have been loosened that after previous assistance to 4-4 conclude that you are allowed to stay on the Alamo. So if you don't mind following me on my wanderings, you can come back to Alamo and stay with me permanently after this contract is finished. That's wonderful. I've been looking forward for the day when we can officially join the Alamo. To this day when I had to return to your side for good, Commander. Silence strokes the pendant on her wrist. I cough. Me too. I would follow you anyway, Commander. It doesn't matter. Become was always about traveling after all. Right, since you're willing, I have no reason to refuse you. However, it seems your letter still hasn't chimed in yet. I look for Zara and she's been keeping her distance since she got down from the vehicle. And the others all look expectantly towards her, expecting Zhang to respond with a smile, but Zara's expression is colored further with mild concern and worry. His expect someone simply toys with the knife she's holding. Her expression is cold and even as ever. We still haven't reached the deadline for the suggestions yet, so my answer is the same as before. So you want me to join the Alamo? I'll need to consider it, but I will not stop you. That is what is to consider. Commander is super real, and you don't need to overthink this. You've always been waiting for this to happen. Air turns chilly down, steps forward and carefully approaches the question. I never asked this before, but is there a reason that you're reckoning to join us? Diane doesn't answer. She simply is rubbing the handle of her knife. On seeing Zhang, I sighed inside. I probably wouldn't be able to get the answer out of her today. After patting the others on the shoulder, I chuckled quietly. Well, if she needs to think about it, then we don't have to press her for an answer today. The trope will be performing for all us. You can always decide once the contract is done.
当然の結果ですね。残念です。あなたはここまでです。
Continue. The week-long schedule shows is slowly winding down. During this time, the bone bars are still active in the wilderness Yes, but there has to be a trophy and the attack. If it does not take place and the troop's performance receives glowing reviews. The night before the final performance, the troop's campsite is brightly lit, and the members of this troop are gathered in the heart of the campsite, nervously prepared for the last show. This song reminds me of some other game, but I don't know what it is. And it's been bugging me for a while. I don't want to say Baldur's Gate, but that's the only thing that's coming to mind. Yeah, I don't know. It'll probably come to mind when I play the game. Or a game with the sound effect. I don't know. Or is it that egg? I don't know. Just sounds so eerily familiar. Oh well. When the dawn breaks comes, I shall go with. And mind your blocking. Oh, sorry about that. Let's do it over. When the dawn breaks, I shall go with the wind onwards to the kingdom on the fairway clouds. Your daughter just now was too stiff. Oh, I'm sorry, after a second reminder, stumbles a little as she gets to her feet. Even the most clueless actor would be able to tell that right now she is not in the state of mind for rehearsal. Oh yeah, time theme or something. It just sounds very familiar and I don't know what. Even the most clueless actor would be able to tell. Yeah. The director sighs and pats her on her shoulder. Relax, if you're not feeling well, and just go rest up a bit, and we'll go over the other portions first. Thank you. And nods to the director in gratitude and then shrinks away from the stage. Zhaohui raises from her seat and the audience in solid follows her. It's Andrea. When humans are bothered by something, do they feel better when they talk to fools in the tree? Huh? So if there's something bothering you, why don't you just tell me about it? If nothing else, my color scheme is about 70% similar to a tree hole. I figured I ought to be able to provide 70% of the functionality of one. Comparing herself to a tree, Andrea freezes up and then carefully looks there up and down before bursting into laughter. Yes, Andrea, is this how you always comfort your friends? Not always, but right now it seems to be working. Thank you. I do feel a little better now. On seeing the sadness in Andrea's eyes is bad. Oh. Someone walks over to Andrea's side. Are you feeling anxious about tomorrow's show? Yes, I believe parents won't give up that easily. Listen, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but as an actor, your sole duty is to deliver your performance. Ensuring that the show is safe is Moonshine Squad's duty. Got it, thank you, Miss Zhaohui. Sorry for subjecting you to that terrible performance just now. No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll perk myself up and properly prepare for it. Andrew smiles and nods to Zhaohui and then turns to head back to the stage. Anna watches Andrew leave nothing, doing the extra spring step, and then she returns to the audience's seat. After the rehearsal in the corner of the camp, having confirmed that her various tasks and preparations are complete, Brown about to head back to rest when she suddenly feels a weight on her shoulder. Hey, ambush, she says, big sis, Frank, come quick. Having managed to grab them, Zhang Hong decided ways the others soon down in front of right flanking Zhang Hong. Faced with their ambush, Zhaohui raises her hands in resignation. I don't recall a pre-show celebration on the cards. No, it's not exactly a celebration. We just have a few questions for you. Anna rubs her head and then her expression turns serious. This is to say, what do you think of the commander? Yeah. We were all in a rush when we came to help the commander out. You probably didn't even have much of a chance to talk to her. But now it's just us Moonsong and the commander, plus you've been with her for so long already. Surely you have made up your mind about her by now, right? The last show is tomorrow, so no matter what you're planning to do, wouldn't you sitting down and talking things through with us before making your final decision? Yeah, I hate how you just up and ended the Elmo without saying anything. Sorry, I was planning to make my final decision after commission was completed. I could discuss things with the commander. I don't think I would cause so much trouble for everyone. You say you're trolling us, and you're always so decisive. And whatever, most of the time, why are you all hesitant now? We've known each other for a very long time, and you just tell us if you got anything on your mind. You can tell us directly if you have any doubts or questions about the Elmo. After all, the Moonsong's been through a lot over the past few years, and we've faced it together, haven't we? Yeah, in the past, you've always been the one to come up with the plan, and we were in trouble. Now that you got trouble, so shouldn't you tell us about it? We're a team after all. Thank you. I'll be frank then. It's true that I have reservations about joining the Elmo. However, they are not related to the Elmo or Moonstone, but rather my past. Someone looks down at the scars on her hand. A moment later, she looks up to Dylan. I want my choice to be meaningful, so I'm sorry, but I couldn't give you an answer right now. Dylan looks forward and gently grasps his hand. It's alright, Zhaohui. We didn't approach you tonight to ask you to do anything. We just wanted to tell you that you always have been a great leader for all these years. Staring at my dog. Sometimes I question why she does what she does. I don't know why I'm whispering. Yeah, you might have it for me, but you're actually pretty trustworthy as a squad leader. And so you might not even be here if it wasn't for your ideas. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't follow orders from just anyone. So we truly hope that you would continue traveling. So we truly hope that you can continue traveling with you. I hope so too. And now we'll also seriously consider the matter of our future. Other night, the Moonstone Squad is almost about done talking. I head over and knock lightly on the nearby tent pole. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to talk about the campsite's defense posture for tomorrow. What do you have in mind, Commander? I believe the farmer had not given up on the big fish that the trap represents. Those two attacks on their own was coming some big pros. Ah, nice. My dog doesn't do that. She's not a laptop. She'll sleep like next to your feet and stuff. Or nearby you. Or what? Where she is currently in like range. But yeah. Nods in agreement. Yes, they were using them to determine how well the troop was protected. Indeed, while the mental image of disrupting disciplined Valmore might sound strange, but if they were really planning on making a big haul, they'd probably all hold back until the tour was over and the troops' temporary guards were gone. I don't want anything to happen to the troop after we leave, rather than leave the Valmore free to turn others, rather look for a chance to put an end to the matter once for all. Was this why you kept sending Miss Girl out after the round bars over the past few days? And here I thought you were going to mind your own business. Come on, it's not like bounty has to have collapse pieces on the mine. Besides, I also want to bang, bang, bang. Series of gunshots and explosions outside coming erupts my words and shattered the silence of the night. Friends of the brown rungs are here. So they came after all ladies prepared for a fight. Prey was assigned to clear the audience out, assembling the remaining enemies. Cool. Taking them all out in one turn. The bomber who attacked this one were successfully being backed by the moon's constant and Grizel's combined efforts. However, the campsite was caught in the crossfire and much of the current backdrops and stages destroyed. Anything that even remotely valuable in the backstage has vanished. The campsite is in the uproar. The tropes manager is frankly shining between the stage and the admin tent and the custom ranks, pulling up the losses while the Moonstone squad and I help her out. Just then an actor runs over. Manager, it's bad. Alma's gone. Huh? Tell me, be clear about what happened. The cast was doing a head count just now and we couldn't find Alma. After that, somebody mentioned that they think they saw several bomb runs after Alma when the campsite was being attacked. And so somebody was guiding the bomber. And also somebody was guiding the bombers. I think it was the people who came to cause trouble for us earlier. Wait a minute, are you saying that troublemakers from relatives were inside men for the bomber and that Brian tried the bombers to attack the trope? No, I don't think so. When you consider how Fern died, there's no way her family would hire bombers. The underground market are chaotic and hard to manage, so it's more likely the commission caused trouble here was coincidentally taken by the bombers. Bomber needed an inside man. That's right, the tour was heavily publicized, so the bombers had probably had their eyes on the trope for some time now. The commission put by Fern gave them the perfect excuse for sneaking around the campsite without using our suspicion. Could it be the Fern actually do that? Didn't they know don't they only know how to wave their guns around? That would be normally the case, but it seems like all have gone to brain over the past few months. Commissions involving them have gone harder and harder to complete as a result. While they're still fairly amateurs in the actual combat, their ability to strategize doesn't mean they have evolved at all. Damn it. Then what should we do now? We assign a ringtone for the comms terminal and writes the manager's words. The manager frowns and picks up. We instantly hear a girl screaming from the other side of the condemnation. Only lasts a second, then girl's voice cuts off, replaced by a short, tempered voice. Heard that? Your lead actress is my hand. Bring her ransom by tomorrow. I'm warning you now. Don't try any fancy shit with me or the chick dies. The call cuts off and the campsite instantly goes silent. Assume the canopy of voices erupt from all around and panic swells the entire trope. That was everyone what the bomber ended up. Director, manager, what should we do? Can we really trust everyone? What if Mr. Carmen, their manager, walks over to talk me and the look of utter hopelessness in their eyes and tightly squeeze my hands. Please save Andra. We'll try to get the ransom together, but I don't think anything. But we can't let anything happen to Andra again. Alright, calm down, no matter what. What? Before I can finish, Donna has already walked up to us. Come here, allow me to handle the rescue. I've seen enough kidnappings to last me a lifetime. This comes only now to bully the weak and torment others. I don't know how. Alright, South Pacific, have a good one until we meet again. I don't know how people live in the contaminated zone, but sleeping in when I see injustice being done is how I live. And that's how I've seen it happen. There's no way I can turn a blind eye to it. I know that, but please wait a moment. Then as I stop her. Don't get me wrong, so calm down and listen to me. I massage the space between my eyes and take a guarded attitude and suspicion. Looks like she's already massaged at me. And I shake my head and look in her eyes. I feel the same way as you, but there's no way I can simply stand aside after seeing something like this. This has nothing to do with being a bounty hunter. That said, stopping you comes from my experience as a bounty hunter. I believe there's a better solution to this matter.
これで好きなことをする時間ができますかね
I think there's one or two more. Inside a darkened corner of the Ramon store, I secretly slip a thin razor blade out from between my layers of clothing. I remember that calm look on Zara's face as she slipped into my sleeves. I carried this blade with me at all times just in situations like this, when I'm trapped amongst the enemy. Since you're willing to take the risk, I'll give you this blade. Blade is sharp, so be careful not to cut your finger. Achieve it. Fell for the blade and take advantage that nobody dared to cut the wrist binding. Soon the ropes fall apart behind me. I worked my shoulders to free myself as I tugged the little thin blazer braid back into my thick sleeve. It nicks my fingers and the coolness oozes from the point of the contact. It really is sharp. I ignore the pain on my finger and fish out a micro communicator in my collar before calling home. There is hardly any delay before call goes through. The plane was successful. I'm inside the Brown Brothers warehouse. So the official who says it pretending to be defeated and captured said they would throw you into the warehouse and this is up like a turkey. It beats mindlessly charging in. This place seems lightly guarded and their work is sloppy. Aside the Brown Brothers aren't very experienced. Oh, yeah, your knife really was really useful. As long as you're safe. Have you found out Andrea? Yep, Andrea's in another corner. I think she's fainted. I'll go wake her up now. Wait for my signal. How are you and Jangwa? Ready to move in your signal, Commander. Alright. I hang up and quietly approach the corner where Andrea is lying. Andrea's face is pale as she lies in the cold ground. Her hands are tied behind her. Her tired body is curled up into a ball. I bend down and pat her bonds, and I pat her on the shoulder before calling her name. Andrea, wake up. After a while of this, Andrea weakly opens her eyes. Upon seeing me, she grabs a hold of my sleeves. Her eyes go wide and full of tears. God, please help me, it's Andrea and Thailand and Janghan hides behind the pile of rocks, keeping an eye out on nearby drum bars and placement. The sounds of merriment and an occasional laugh comes from within. It seems that they're celebrating their victory. Janghan pouts in annoyance as she clutches by the rock pile poured out her mind. I'm so bored. Why hasn't the command given the signal yet? Be patient. You're about to butt heads with the commander just say, why are you willing to listen to her? All of a sudden. That was then, this is now. Her eyes do not leave the bombarder's eyes even as she delivers her flat reply. Oh, I get it now. You realize how trustworthy the commander is? I mean, you. Eyes. Then reminds him, but the command. So then the command suddenly comes over the command comms channel. Jingo. Acknowledge. We haven't treated the camp and proposed to infiltrate and enact an attack at the station over there with the boss. Everything is currently going smoothly. Let's begin as planned. I just have Jung home down, then initially attack. Let's go. She only eliminated slightly half of them. They're saying a transmission to Zhaohui, ensure that everyone tied and cornered. Make sure everyone is well hung and take cover behind a nearby. Keep it junk. My gun is ready in case we're attacked from the outside. Soon gunshots filled out there outside the warehouse. The gunfire draws closer. The gunfire draws closer. Someone kicks the main door open and the uniform rushes in. Mayor Indra. We're here. Swiftly rushes over to our side and then nods to us. Zhaohui and Diana are coming us outside. Come with me. There's a side path we can use to escape their encampment. No, we can't leave now, at least not like this. And what's the reason for that? I took a commission from Andrea. Eyes raises an eyebrow. Time is tight. I'll cut to the chase. Just now Andrea told me that she recognized these ramrods. Yeah, I did. It's right. I've seen them before. Andrea's eyes suddenly filled with anger as she tightens her grip on her voice is trembling. Last night when I was brought here, I saw their leader, or the ramrod's leader. Their leader he was wearing a necklace. I remember that necklace. It was a birthday gift from her family. Paris cherished it dearly, and she wore it everywhere. That's why I'm certain that he was the one who led the ramrod attack me in Paris. Correct. And so, Andrea made a request of me. She wants to wipe out these ramrods within their area. I accept. And now, you have a choice. Are you willing to join me in clearing the next ramrod? Of course, it's not going to be more dangerous than just escorting ramrod out of here. For the first time, there's almost an incredible smile on Zhaohui's face. It would be my pleasure. I wonder how many what there. I assume it's one, but I can be wrong, right? Yeah, it's one. This is the boss. Oh, so it's your old scrap metal causing havoc in my camp. Everyone get in here, knock these guys' heads off for me. Keep it tight. Watch on them, don't let even one of these grubs escape. Understood. Okay. Wipe them out.
沈黙朝日の鼓動を悔い改めなさい
Sama and I coordinate with each other and coordinate the Bambang later. What should we do now? There's no police stations in the contaminated zones. We do it the bounty hunters way. Either you hold your peace forever or you leave no grace behind. So when it comes to scrum like that, we're gonna be able to live with myself if I spared them. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I spared them. Bang. Single gunshot fires from a bunkie and wearing the necklace slumps against the wall. Contract closed. I recovered the necklace from the man and indicates to Zhaohui that we should leave. Zhaohui seems a little pleased with herself right now. Let's go. I turn and head out of the encampment. Time we return to Sandra. 2 days later, the vampires were eliminated. The charge has a buzz with activity. Tonight, they both will be performing in the settlement for the last time. Night just following the temporary scene is packed with audience members who came here from nearby settlements. As the show progresses, the sound of applause and definitely comes from the seats, and then the final statement of all of the girls in the corner of the stage illuminated by the spotlight. I'm sorry, my very best friend. Please forgive me for being you for the last time I received word from the goodness of dawn. She told me that daybreak comes, I shall go with the wind onwards to the kingdom on a faraway cloud. But my dear, beloved friend, do not be saddened by my parting, for you know that it has always been my wish to become the faint ray of light that illuminates the dark night. As she indicates her lines, a winkle of light comes in her hand. She holds up the distant mountain descended from the stage and to the audience to see until finally she raised for a man and a woman. And so from now, so long as you see the light at dawn, she remembers the ray of daybreak. That I should wish you well. Let this necklace be proof of our pact. No matter where you may be at, so long as you need it, it shall become the daybreak that bends you. And with that, Andrea lifts her hand, deposits for his necklace into the couple's hand. And then Andrea bows deeply to the two of them. I am so sorry. Andrea and I watched the end of the show from the embellished corner of the audience. With her seeing Andrea finally embraces Barry's parent, even Sarah's cool expressions seem to have softened a little. A good ending, don't you think? It was good that the misunderstanding could be resolved. It was also good that you were able to testify about the evil deeds of Umbergs. Otherwise, Remember would not have found the tale hard to believe. So, does that mean our misunderstanding has been resolved? Can you tell me about your reluctance to join us? And it's silent for a while, then she nods. Before joining Moonstones, I used to travel alone and dealing with many journeys I encountered by myself. But after becoming a part of Moonstones, John, and Farah became my friends. We traveled together with the same wish in our heart, just like Angel and Paris. I once thought Moonstone would keep traveling like this forever while everyone kept talking about finding their commander. They still were limited by that agreement. So I believe that the day when they would be able to do so was still far off, thus I did not think much about what would happen once the agreement ended or what I would do. So when I realized that there really was a chance for them to go to Alma, I hesitated. If everyone else in the band chose to return to Alma, then what about me? Sharon pauses for a moment. She runs her finger over her knife and then looks at me. Members of the Minnesota other told me about you and your shared past. So before I can make my decision, I would like to know what made you walk this path of self-exile. To my knowledge, you were not compelled to become a wandering bounty hunter. Oh me. I look up to the sky. Too many scenes from the past flash before my eye. What exactly was it that made me choose my present course? I think of the flames from the explosion and then that one side did for a while. In order to give all of that some sort of meaning, I finally chose to sign an agreement such as I oath its terms, and the fact that I had done so. As my emotions fly into the street, I shake my head and then grace the settlement and the nearby stage. Perhaps it was for these people, Ferris, Andrew, and the audience members watching the play just like us. Perhaps I would have chosen a better way of life, but if I had, I would have always taken and carried out orders. By boarding the Alamo, perhaps I would have followed my heart and helped people who need saving. But then again, maybe I'd do it for myself. So, I'm sorry, I cannot answer your question because I still haven't accomplished anything. Is that what you wanted to hear, Zhaohui? Sorry, I cannot answer your question because I haven't accomplished anything yet. But then again, maybe I did it for myself. Zhaohui remained silent, and the night shrouded that poker face of hers. She looks down at the scars on her hand, and there is a vague sense of confusion in her eyes. Once I simply did as I was told, never questioning the righteousness of my actions, or lack thereof. After that, I learned that I could choose for myself. And so, you chose Moonsun. Not just Moonsun. When I joined Moonsun, I chose the future I wanted. So, what kind of future would you choose now? Get a view of this. Really nice image. So, and looks up. She stares into my eyes, and then the confusion from before is now gone. Commander, I'm not like Donovan and others. I have not experienced the days of fighting by your side in Griffin. That is why I can't immediately decide to board the Alamo and follow you. But of course, I would like all those who join the Alamo to do so of their own free will. However, this commission has allowed me to get the measure of your character. And since my friends in the Almonds trust you completely, I think I can try to trust you too, Commander. In the past, I chose to travel with Minchun's but now I think I can choose the future of traveling with Alamo. Surely a journey with you should be a pretty good one, am I wrong? And with that, Zhaohui watches me quietly. Well, in terms of doing good and stopping evil, it ought to be pretty good. Upon hearing my answer, Zhaohui smiles with barely a visible smile again. Then from now on, the tactical calls will join the Alamo. Here's to the jolly cooperation community. It is late at night and the wrestling crowds have reconciled. The actors have cleared away their costumes and their props are now taking a break, leaving the campsite silent at last. Just as I'm about to return to my tent, I heard a familiar and gentle voice from behind me. Commander, do you have a moment? Dylan, why are you doing here? Is something the matter? I came to return this, or return you this. Dylan smiles as she approaches me. She extends a hand to me, revealing an intricate pendant in her palm. The thunderbolt-shaped symbol on the pendant gleams in the light. Oh, that's... My thoughts returned to time several years ago. It was before I officially reunited with Dylan. Your request led me to Elma, traveling near the green zone. Here I received Dylan's sale, a blue ribbon brought back by Gridlin as she returned from mission in a satellite city. Without news, without message, we were separated by a purification zone. There were limitations imposed by the agreement, and also the sign of Dylan's care and concern. At her decision, I had her pass down the pendant. That this was a keepsake that you had, Miss Grisella. Give me. I still remember the words she told me that day. Faith and lightning and rain wait silently amidst the storm. The blue, white flash shall one day be seen. That is the original name of the Alamo, and was the promise you made with me, is it not, Commander? I carried this pendant with me during our time apart. It has grown. It got me through the countless lonely days when my thoughts were of you and gave me strength to keep moving forward. Thanks to its existence, I've always believed that one day I will be able to return with you, Commander. You're right. The rain and the storm has passed. Welcome back to the home, Dylan. I look forward, Dylan, but just as I'm about to reach the pendant, she suddenly pulls her hand back. She holds in her palm, looking tenderly upon it, as though she were carelessly pressing it with her gaze. Commander, the truth is, I have a request to make of you. Though we are now reunited, I've always itched the meaning of this pendant to my heart. If I might, could I continue holding on to it? I will always cherish the spirit in which it was given. Still holding the pendant, Darren gazes into my eyes, her face flushed with a faint pink. Of course. Shortly after Alamo, several dolls who have traveled from afar are now gathering in the foot of a masked vehicle. The twin-tailed girl tugs on the hand of the blue cloth girl, hovering around exactly in front of Alamo. I'm so happy because as we return to Alamo again. Oh yeah, I didn't expect it to be able to come back, and now our dear son has returned with us. Yep, and someone's back together again. Is this really alright, the agreement? Relax, the commanders that are friends in the non-military force administration, namely Miss Carrier, will help us take care of it. We won't have to worry about the paperwork. So let's enjoy our reunion with the commander. How is the commander coming out? I'm feeling so nervous all of a sudden. Well, that's unusual to think the day comes when Miss Trimmer is blushing. Somehow you're still making fun of me at a time like this. I was suddenly trying to add to the mood, and an opportunity presented itself. But I guess it worked pretty well, no. With a bow, Zhaohui returns to Elmo, and Dylan follows in resignation. Brown strides into Elmo too. Riley walks at the back of the group at a leisurely pace. What does the future hold for Moonstone's squad? Dylan looks up at the person on the Elmo who's waiting for them. Perhaps she will give her the answer. And that's the aim. Clean. Guess I'm doing this stuff. I think I should be fine.
交代するのは今のうちよ。交代するのは今のうちよ。浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。星々よ。これがあなたの最後の。
I think I just got a weak spot for those type of stories at the end. Or reading them.
ハンデをあ
I guess a lot of gacha games have them and it's hit the my weak point
これで好きなことをする時間ができ
for the
ま
most
したね。
part.
みんなを守れるようになりたいです。交代するのは今のうちよ。交代するのは今のうちよ。
I'm gonna take most of them.
ハンデをあげる。浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。交代するのは今のうちよ。交代するのは今のうちよ。避けないんですか。怪我しごめんね。星々よ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Clearing this is easy until it's not.
交代するのは今のうちよ。避けないんですか。怪我します星々よ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。配置の射撃中。
Interesting choice, AI.
ハンデをあげる。続け。星々よ。みんなのために。
Why are they encircling her? That's a weird strat for the AI, I guess.
これ れで
Like he's out in the open, let's just unbox her in.
今のうちよ降参する今のうちよ避けないんですか怪我しますよ星々よこれがあなたの最後の輝き配置完了射撃中
Right, that was not enough. Almost did.
ハンデを上げる目標沈黙ハンデを上げる星々よ当然の結果ですね残念ですがあなたはここまでです
I felt like there was more. I forget which one it's either her or that I normally pick. Oh, it was that other character,
おはようござい
but
ます今日もよろしくお願いしますね指揮官
I just think of Bomberman. dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I should not like staying there. How long is this? That hit me. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, I walked into that. Difficulty. This game is really easy and entertaining at the same time. It sounds like the slower moving characters or shooting characters have like a lower fire rate, doesn't feel as good as the ones with iron. Oh crap. I messed up. Ah, I messed up. Like hardcore. Howdy, Kirsty? What did it say? I did poorly on that one. How are you? That's fine in the, well, it's Monday now for me. So. think we got greedy last time, that's why. Dial. Bang. I know it's better. Try again, ball. Time. Actually, it feels like the little mob is getting smaller. Oh. That was a bad decision. I took a bullet. Boom. I head bump into somebody. I screwed up. Yeah, that's one. I think I only my times.
すぐに行こう。目標はもちろんハニーバターの打倒。
Question. And more damage. What is this?
いっちょ試してみよう。この天才様は最終形態となった。もういいでしょう。
I guess hit by a stray bullet.
いいじゃん。
Spiders are annoying. Hey, they don't really drop very much, and this is a swarm of them. I died. It's telling me a lot. It's not a big deal if I complete it or not. Always do it opposite. I'll do this later. I need to sleep, so. I don't know where this tab is. Anyway, I am going to sleep, so. I'll read out to somebody on Twitch probably, but other than that, I wish you guys good night until next time, until we meet again. Bye bye. Also check out my X and Blue Sky and Discord and other stuff in my website. So, yeah. Thank you all.